Drought and famine, it's the problem. Time to stop the talking, which is the problem. Listen, too much hypocrites, so they full of it. Fooling smaller countries while building capacities. Might is power, irrespective of disaster. Time to change the monster and stop the propaganda. They're joking, joke they're making. Fix the problem. Fix the problem.
Sit back complacently. There's turbulence all around me, and those who once protect the shores, they're not around no more. So they cry for freedom. It no longer rings, but I'm here in pain, waiting for the drums to play again. Now the chains of misery getting tightened around me. When the sadness get me down, I want to hear me ancestral drum. Hear the cry of my people. It's still a struggle. Clear the drums for freedom. Is the cry of every black man. Centuries may have passed, but things are still the same. Why are the drums silent when we're still carrying the pain? Beat the drums of freedom again. Promises made to me.
So here we are again at the Little Bay playing field, and we are getting ready for the 2024 Inter-House Sports of the MONTSERRAT Secondary School, our lone secondary school here in Ireland. And we can see lined up at the blue house, the green house, the orange house, and the red house. They're about to do the usual march past to begin, and we await the commander to give the necessary instructions, following which we'll get right into the events. So, good afternoon to those who are listening to us at home here in Montserrat, those who are listening abroad. Some of you probably just left Montserrat and are settling in back to your place of abode. We want to say thank you for being here, and I'm sure I can guarantee that you had a good time here and look forward to returning. Answer the instructions being given. They are now at attention. And then the right turn. And they are off with the march pass. I can tell you that they are facing the northern side. That's towards what would be the broadcasting booth when cricket games and so on are played here. And blue house, followed by green, followed by orange, and then by red. And blue house is off. They are marching. They are actually making a U-turn, turning towards the west or the seaside, and coming around to where the eyes right will be taken. I can tell you that the eyes right, the salute is being taken by, okay, by Mrs. Ryan. And so the green now make their turn. And the order of eyes right being given by the blue house, or the house in the lead of the parade at the moment, as we watch the green house approach the podium and now gives the command for eyes right. Orange house turning around pretty sharp indeed, and they are now giving the command for eyes right as we watch a blue house passing close to us here in the commentary area. The red house now approaches the podium where Mrs. Ryan is taking the salute, and the command is now being given for the red house to eyes right. As we watch a green house taking the final turn to go back into position. All houses looking pretty sharp, and the match pass is being judged.
Yes.
Right. As I have with me the sports coordinator, Coach Samuel.
Good afternoon.
I want to say good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, you and the listening public, and in the near and far diaspora. It's a lovely day, a little hot.
Well, it's yes,
bearable.
Bearable,
Yes.
I would say yes. And so the Blue House are in position and mark time, so are the Greens, as we watch the Orange House now join them and are marking time as we await the Red House to get in position, and then will there be a little ceremony?
Yes.
Yes, there'll be a short ceremony once things get in place. Right, there'll be a prayer and
A welcome
remarks,
yes,
and some opening remarks by Mrs. Narissa Bramble and Candacia Mead,
and the fifth form students in the MSS Secondary School. And I like to make special mention to the band
MSS
students, MSS students. So
Indeed.
that's something that we can appreciate going forward.
Indeed.
Yes.
Can I? Okay. Wait. Come on. I was about to say, can I pat myself in the back and say
Yes.
they're all past
Your
students?
students. Yes, yes.
They're all my musicians, really. So it's good to see that they're being used in this way. So we hand over to.
Good afternoon. I'd like to invite Pastor Tony to start us off with a prayer.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we come to you on this lovely Wednesday afternoon here on the grounds of the Little Bay playing field. Our reason for being here, Lord, is to view and to participate in the MONTSERRAT Secondary School 2024 sports meet. We appreciate the fact that you have been with us, taking us through the heating days, Lord, where the students would have competed and points for the houses have been raised. But on this day, today, we come again in the spirit of competition. And we pray that, Lord, all the students would participate and participate well. We come against accidents and incidents, harm and danger, that our students would run, and there'll be no, oh God, untold situations that would impact them here this afternoon. So we commit today's sport meet into your hands. We ask that you would be with everyone, the officials, Lord, all of us, spectators, families, those who are viewing not just here on the grounds, but those who may be viewing by means, oh God, of the social media platforms. We pray, God, that all things would go well and that indeed may the best house win today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ministry of Education officials, PSs and heads of departments, meet officials, the judges, track officials, wardens, scorers, announcers, MSS partners, parents, teachers, students, athletes, ladies and gentlemen. A pleasant good afternoon and welcome to the MONTSERRAT Secondary School Sports Day 2024. This has been a long-awaited day for some of our students who are eager to display their athletic prowess, and more so for our houses, eager to exert their dominance over the others. Importantly for the school, the annual Sports Day and the activities building up to it prepare our students for sports-related careers by providing the skills and discipline required to be successful. The success of our physical education, sport, and health program at the 4th and 5th form levels, which have return pass rates of 100% since its inception, is testimony to this. I wish to assure our athletes that this area of the school's curriculum is as valued as the others, and their success in this area is equal to the others. Please be encouraged to give your best. Your housemates, teachers, parents, and the entire community are looking forward to the exciting and competitive sports meet promised in your house songs and rallies. Permit me to express my gratitude to all who are supporting us in the conduct of this sports meet, to include all the meet officials, the MSS partners, parents, teachers, police, MONTSERRAT Arts Councils, and all others. Best wishes to you, athletes. Best wishes to each of the houses, and may the best house win. Thank you. I would now like to invite Miss Naressa Bramble and Miss Candicia Mead.
Good afternoon to all the distinguished guests, the principal, teachers, and my fellow students. We are delighted to welcome you to the MONTSERRAT Secondary School's annual Inter-House Sports Day. Today, we come together to celebrate sportsmanship, teamwork, and friendly competition. We are truly grateful for the opportunity given by our physical education teachers, Mr. Kenford Samuel and Mr. Alex Daly, to deliver this speech, especially as it marks our final years at the school. At the MONTSERRAT Secondary School, we not only value academic, but also sports. Sports help us stay fit and healthy while providing entertainment. Our athletes from Greenhouse, Orange House, Red House, and Blue House will demonstrate their skills, strength, and talent with a positive sense of sportsmanship as they compete against their opponents. Let's unite in cheering each other on, creating a memorable day filled with camaraderie and achievement.
A heartfelt thank you to our physical education teachers, Mr. Kenford Samuel and Mr. Daly, for their unwavering support, the house captains, teachers, and the coaches from the Department of Youth and Sports who have contributed to today's sporting event. We'd like to wish everyone the best and may the best team emerge victorious. I'd like to end by sharing a famous quote from Michael Jordan with you, which I hope you students will always remember. He stated, I quote, "Never say never, because limits, like fear, are often illusions." With that being said, let's make this day truly unforgettable. Thank you.
And so we have come to the end of the brief ceremony. And as the different houses are being dismissed by the commander from the MONTSERRAT Cadet Corps, I believe, the musicians, the drummers also walk off. And we are getting ready now to go into the meat of the things. So I say good afternoon once again to everyone here in the park, those who are listening at home by radio, those on Montserrat, those somewhere in the diaspora, those who have relatives whose names you'll hear this afternoon as the proceedings go along. I want to welcome you to this Radio Montserrat and live stream broadcast of Life Islands events. While we talk about Life Islands events, I take this opportunity to let you know that live stream broadcast of MSS Secondary School Sports 2024 on Life Islands YouTube is brought to you with the support of the Ministry of Education, MSS Secondary School, Digicel, Tropical Island Real Estate, Delta Petroleum Limited, St. Patrick's Cooperative Credit Union, CG United Insurance, Ashok Supermarket, Aliogana Express, Osborne Service Center, BBC Hardware, DJ and Variety Cafe, and Yvette Lee Agencies Limited. Those people getting together and putting their finances and other support to ensure that you get live stream of the MSS Secondary School Sports. I can also tell you that the MSS Secondary School would like to thank the following sponsors and vendors that we would like to, for their contribution to the sporting events. The Ministry of Education, the Montserrat Arts Council, Ashoks, Meridian, the MCA, Fire, Police, Red Cross, the Parents and Teachers Association, Department of Sports. Special mention to Mr. Billy Darrow and officials. To Cheryl Castle, Digicel, we say thank you to these people. We say thanks to Mr. Roosevelt Gemot, responsible for the trophies. And of course, we say thank you for those who contributed to the catering, Miss Tiffany Scarrett, Randy Fenton, Mrs. Odyssea Irish, Miss Cheryl Allen, Miss Matilda Hosford, Miss Cedricia Shield, Miss Stephanelle Francois. We are grateful. We are getting ready to kick off with the first item, which will be
At this moment,
yes.
we'll ask the winners of the
Okay.
events that took place before the actual sports day for the road race. We're asking the first, second, and third place runners for the boys, which is Adrian Turner, Alan Mendez, and Gemsley Laurent, to make their way to the podium so they can they collect their medals. They're here, so that's Adrian Turner, Alan Mendez, who came second for Blue House, sorry. Adrian Turner, he came in first, he's in Blue House. Second, you have Alan Mendez, and he's in Red House. And third, Gemsley Laurent, who is in third, and he's in Greenhouse. And for the girls, you have Gisela Giddens, she's in red. Azalea Martin, who's in blue. And Nerissa Farrell Bramble, who's in Blue House, and she came third. So we're asking these students to make their way to the podium.
The podium is located right in front of the broadcasting tent here. So as quickly as possible, we are asking those whose names are being called to please come, and let's have a brief medal ceremony before we get into today's event number 1, which will be 200 meters boys class 5. While we wait, we
Yes. So we have the events, our first event for the day. It's the boys 200 meter awaited. It's a well, and I will continue to say well anticipated event, the 200 meter. So
yes, so we look forward to that. In the meantime, just to let you know about the classes, I think the oldest children are in class 1.
yes,
And the youngest in class 4.
4. Yes.
Right. So give you an idea of the age group as you hear us refer to class 1, 2, 3, and 4. Class 1 means the oldest children, and class 4 the youngest ones at the Montserrat Secondary School.
So we have the boys. We have the boys here. So we have them here. So we'll start with the road race. The boys, so we are missing Adrian Turner, who is collecting for, okay, so Nerissa Bramble, she will collect for Adrian Turner, who is first. For the third place, you have Gemsley Laurent. Make sure I'm, yes. And Mr. Julius Fergus, here giving their medals. You have Alan Mendez from Red House. And then Adrian Turner in the form of Nerissa Bramble Farrell, collecting on behalf of her house partner. All right? So we have a moment for that moment for them on the special platform. Yes. Photographers for the parents. Thank you. And for the girls, Nerissa Bramble will remain for the third. In Blue House, you have Nerissa. Is it Farrell Bramble or Bramble Farrell? I don't want to get Farrell Bramble in third. Azalea, did I get it right today? Yes. Azalea Martin, second place also in Blue House. And Miss Yes.
So in the meantime, we are asking the persons who are involved with the 200 meters class 5, 200 meters class 5 to report to the starter. The 200 meter start is right across on the eastern side of the field. So,
So we are asking boys, Nisai, Popo, Adrian, Aiden Corbett, and Mario Greenaway to make their way for their medal for the 800 meter open boys. We have Aiden Corbett from Blue House here already, but as we do it in the correct order, you have third place. It's Mario Greenaway of Greenhouse. Second place, you have Aiden Corbett. And in first place, Aiden Corbett's from Blue House. And in first place, you have Nisai Popo, which is in Red House. Yes, he's coming across. And I think Nerissa will collect again on their behalf. And also, for the girls, third place, you have Nerissa Bramble. Second place, you have Giselle Giddens. And in first place, you have Cynthia Farrell. Cynthia Farrell is in Orange House. Second place, Red House, Giselle Giddens. And in third, you have Nerissa Farrell Bramble, third. Mario Greenaway, I see him strolling across the park. All right, so we're asking the class 5 200 meter boys to make their way to the starting point. We're about to kick off. They're not ready yet. So we have Mario Greenaway making his way, and you can see he's in his green shirt, ready for competition on the day. Yes. Mario Greenaway in third, Aiden Corbett in second, and Nisai Popo in first place. And then that's the 800 meter open boys. And then for the 800 meter open girls, you have Nerissa Farrell Bramble in third place. And she's in Blue House. Second place, you have Giselle Giddens, Red House, in second. And then you have Cynthia Farrell in first from Orange House. Thank you. So I think we'll just Yeah,
So we're getting ready now for event number 1. Today's event number 1, we give you medals for the 1500 now. Okay.
Ready. So we await the 200 meters presentation. I don't see anyone out on the line. I see Coach Daly waiting, so I think they're still doing their warm-ups. So we can continue to greet everyone who's on the hillside. And today we've noticed that cars were parked in their places early. So some people came down and parked their cars early to get that spot, that good location overlooking the lush field today for the event. So I would like to say good afternoon to everyone on the hillside. Good afternoon to everyone in the on the internet. So good now that we can go through the net. Most of the time, you know, we are on television. So we're through the net now using technologies as much as possible. And like to say special thanks to the Red Cross who is here with us, and also the police officials who are here to keep the peace, and also special thanks to Miss Jubri and her team for the scorers, and also all the officials on the ground, Coach Cardella and her crew, Mr. Kenton Weeks, physio, and ZJB staff, again with the Live Island media on the ground. We'd like to say special thanks to them as well, and all the teachers of the MSS Secondary School. And we are asking for the guys for the 200 meters to make their way to the girls and the boys to make their way, class 5, to the starting line as quickly as possible. So you've mentioned before the band, the starting band, are some of your students, and
yes, and maybe I can say here too that during the opening ceremony, probably the favorite line that I heard came from the principal that said something to the effect that this aspect of our curriculum is as important as any other, and I very much would like to endorse that. As a matter of fact, there are some disciplines that preparing for sports, and in fact, taking part in sport in general can instill in the students. We are talking about perseverance. We are talking about time management. We are talking about group dynamics, leadership skills being developed by the house captains and the management of the houses, and quite a number of good qualities are being cultivated when in preparation and in general taking part in sports. So yes, very much so. It's something that helps to prepare well-rounded individuals and augurs well for Montserrat on a whole.
And yes, with that importance of the discipline in every aspect of your everyday living is very important into your further development. So we'd like to say thank you very much for your contribution over the years and what you've contributed to Montserrat and our young people in the terms of your musical talent. And as you can see, we must bless those with those talents early before we pass on. So
indeed,
I give you your sprinkles now as I sit beside you, because I don't know when we'll get to this platform again. So as we look towards the starting, I'm asking all the boys for the 200-meter Class 5 finals to get to their points, to their starting points. I see some action going on there, Mr. Daly. I think they're choosing their lanes. So I'm asking also the Class 5 girls to get themselves ready as well for this meet, anticipated meet. As a teacher at the school, I've heard so many trash talk the last couple of months, and it's very real because they are real, and some points, even with the teachers, some points are here to be
Well, today is a day of reckoning. I can see red flag on the far end.
Yes.
I don't see a flag holder on the finish
Yes,
end
they're
just
here.
yet.
And
They're
we
here.
have on our line.
And so they are indicating to the people at the finish that stand by. That's the red flag, stand by. White flag mean we are ready to go. So the red flag is up at the start and it's 200 meters, which starts at the eastern end and one curve around into the finish. 200 meters, class 5 board. That's the younger children in the school. So white flag and white flag mean that we are about to go.
And they are off. And the first event of the day takes a step, and I see something going on there, the green runner on the side. And we have a fast-paced race coming around on the outside, and that we have Mr. Amarian Monroe and Mr. Allen going, and they're pressing, and it's green, and it's first place, Mr. Allen, and then Amarian Monroe, and then we have orange. So we have green, red, and orange, and we have our judges on the line today. You have Lester Ryan, his brother, and you have Mr. Julius Fergus on the end, and you have Kenton Weeks on the line as the official judges here. So we start the first race here. You have green, red, and orange.
Maybe
So
we should have told you that the today's event actually came with some points.
Yes.
That which it's going to change now. What was the scores before?
It was 3. So it was blue.
Right. Right. So we can tell you that today's event, that Blue House came in with 288 points before today. Greenhouse came in with 280.
Yes.
Orange with 325. And Red House just 1 point ahead, 326. So before the first event today, Blue 288, Green 280, Orange 325, and Red 326. So it's going to be exciting. As a matter of fact, things have changed a little bit. And I can tell you now, after event number 1, 200 meters class 5 boys, that Javon Morris was third place from Orange House. Amarian Monroe from Red House was second. And Jason Allen Jason Allen from Greenhouse won that race. And following that,
we have the 200-meter girls. And this young lady is holding the white flag at the finish line. She has the white flag here. She's ready to go. She has signal, and there's a red flag at the start. So we have our official judges here on the line. You have Mr. Fergus, you have Mr. Weeks, and Mr. Ryan on the line, our official judges for this meet today. And I'd like to say thank you for everyone. Thanks to everyone for coming out early, showing the appreciation early for our young leaders.
And so they are off, and in fact, it's a staggered, so it's difficult to say who is leading until they make the final curve. But I can tell you that there's an orange there with long legs, there's red, there's blue, there's green, there's orange, and they're making the final curve now. And I can tell you that it looks like as they flatten out, it's going to be red, then it's going to be orange. Is it going to be orange? Is it going to be red? Is it going to be red? Is it going to be orange? It looks like it's going to be red. They're laboring in. It's red, and then it's orange, and then it's orange. So red, orange, and orange coming in with the 200 meters girls class 5. Class 5, the younger girls in the school. So we stand by for some more 200 meters, and the class 4, that's the age group above, the class 4 boys, and that will be followed by the class 4 girls. So we're going along with the 200 meters, class 4 boys and girls. Please report to the starter as we try to get this thing going along.
And we're paging Mr. Tabu, Mr. Jubri should be here. I see one of your seasoned counterparts is coming here, so I leave you guys. I'd like to say special mention to Mr. Scotland and Miss Samuel, veterans around here as well. So for me, I'll give everyone their jacket today. I see Mr. Gray. Is it Mr. Gray is coming in? Yes. And I'm paging Mr. Tabu Jubri. For that energy, so we need that energy here as well to fit with you because you're a team. So,
the information that you're able to provide, we thank you very much, and we can tell you the results of the 200 meters class 5 girls. That's event number 2, and in 3rd place, Alexa Moraine from Orange House. In 2nd place, Deshante Henry Bramble, and that race was won by Red House's Giselle Giddings. In the meantime, we can give you some updated scores. Blue House 288, Blue House 288, Greenhouse 285, Greenhouse 285, Orange House 330, 330, and Red House, we started this afternoon 1 point in front of Orange House. They are now 334, just 4 points, and still a wide open activity. As we say, good afternoon here to Mr. Graves. Welcome to the commentary booth. We are here on just finished event number 2, and we are moving into event number 3, which are more 200-meter races.
Good afternoon, King Cupid, and good afternoon to all of our listeners around the world where ZJB is being heard.
So we're getting ready for 200 meters class 4. Class 4, that's the age group above class 5. And that will be followed by 200 meters class 2 girls. We had 2 very interesting races, and now we are getting ready for event number 3. I'm seeing no flags at the moment. It's a staggered race starting on the eastern end and coming around to the finish here. There's a white flag at the end, meaning that they are ready to go anytime now. So we wait for the white flag at the start, and it is up now. So, yes, 200 meters class 5. And they're off.
So they're off and running, and here they come. They're coming around the northern side of the park. Orange is looking good indeed. So too is green, challenged by blue. Turns the corner and coming onto home stretch. Here they come. Way out front is somebody in a black shirt and a white pants. Can't tell you what house he's from, but he's large and he's completely in charge. It looks like Greenhouse, followed by Orange. I judge by the shoes, Cupid.
Well, that's all we can go by, but I can confirm it in a matter of seconds based on the technology that we are using here. So we are getting ready for the girls of the same age group, same race, and in fact I can tell you he's in fact from Greenhouse, so his tag is being worn on his shoes.
So that Greenhouse runner did that with consummate ease, Cupid, by a good distance ahead of all comers. Greenhouse, how green you are.
Right. And we have the results for event number 3, 200 meters class 4 boys. Tajari Ryan of Orange House was 3rd. Jason Smith of Orange House was 2nd. And the winner, the person who was so impressive in the green shoes, Fair Weeks of Greenhouse.
So very well done, Theon. Masterclass, he proved to be in that event, Cupid. Finished by possibly 10 meters ahead of the rest of the pack. He made them look like pedestrians.
Indeed. And so we move on to event number 4, 200 meters class 4 girls. I think they are on the track now. We see white flag at the end. And we're waiting for the starter to indicate, and he does so now. So we are about to start event number 4, 200 meters class 4 girls.
So 200 meters class 4 girls about to be run off. They're off and running. Running hard, running fast, not to the maximum as yet, I suppose. They're on the northern side of the park, heading west, and the corner. They'll then turn south onto home stretch. Who's who and who's not, don't know as yet. Could be an orange, it looks like. Orange, it is indeed by a tag or something I've seen in front by about 10 meters and looking very impressive indeed. Followed by green, followed by orange. Orange number 1 is green. It's going to be number 2. No, it looked like orange, possibly 1 and 2.
Yeah, that finish didn't look very determined there. But certainly the orange house seems like it's orange 1 and 2, followed by green. And I can tell you that the winner of that race, Cynthia Farrell of Orange House, Aisha Wilkin, also of Orange House, was second, and Green House's Kiana Ruddy was third. So I can tell you as the scores, I can give you the scores. Blue House is on 288. Blue House 288. Green 291. Green 291. Red House 334. Red House 334. Orange House 342. So Orange House taking the lead, 342 points, and significant 8 points lead after being trailing by 1 point at the start of this afternoon's event.
So Orange ahead of the pack on 342 points, followed by Red on 334. They are the early runners for the supremacy of athletics in the MONTSERRAT Secondary School. Left to be seen, a long way to go, plenty of events to come, but we're inviting you to come on down to Little Bay Park. It's the best place to be on MONTSERRAT. They are off and running. It is
200 meters class 3 boys.
Class 3 boys. And green is looking very impressive. Let's watch them turn the corner. Red is looking pretty hot. Hot, hot, hot. Here comes Red House. Red House putting on a master class of an act. 15 meters ahead of the whole park. Across the line is red, then green, then blue. Red House, large and in charge of that one. They could never lose it, Cupid, because in fact they've already won it. The red tie, well, well,
yeah, it's very confusing.
Somebody come across and said that it's not necessarily red who have taken that one. I was judging by the color of the apparel. And maybe
he is in fact wearing those shocking green shoes as well. And in fact, he is from Red House. So you were right.
Well,
now we know for the rest of the afternoon. You can judge that by his trousers. Someone from our community, Roy, Red House, Ralston Daly, won that. In second place, Greenhouse's Mario Greenaway. And in third place, from Red House, Torrel Estriado. Okay. They need to get that sorted out. Make
we are being misled here because we were judging by the color of the apparel, but in a couple of instances, in fact, the apparel was no indication of the houses which they are in.
Makes it very difficult to give you the facts, correct information. Yes, something I really think has to be sorted next year, where the commentators have to be able to say that person is from Red House. If you're in Blue House wearing a red shirt, it causes total confusion. So it's 200 meters, event number 6, 200 meter class for the girls, they're off. And so we see they're about to take the bend when I can give you a better indication of who is in the lead and who is not. It seems like it's going to be a orange, then it's going to be a blue. Gonna be two oranges. Is it gonna be a blow? Blow is overtaking now, fighting the way the 200 meters. So it's gonna be a blue, then it's gonna be an orange and another orange. I can tell you safely which one second and which one third. That I cannot tell you because between the oranges it was pretty close.
Well, and Cupid, we are seeing something different this year from most recent times when blue and green tended to be the dominant houses. So far in this meet, red and orange are ahead.
Indeed, and orange in fact looking pretty good this afternoon, but at least it would be interesting towards the end of the day to see who eventually comes out on top.
And Cupid, the points?
So the points, Blue House 293, Green House 294, a good battle for third place so far. Red House 340 and Orange House 346. So Red House closing in a little bit there.
So 6 points separating Red House and Orange House. Orange in the lead by 6 points. That is, it's the MONTSERRAT Secondary School Inter-House Athletic Competition 2024 venue, Little Bay Park here on Montserrat. It's the place to be, so come on down.
And we continue with the 200 meters. In fact, we are now up to class 2 boys. 200 meters class 2 boys. Sorry. And that will be followed by 200 meters class 2 girls. So we are having a string, in fact, 10 events of 200 meters from each class before the starting event. So we have white flag and white flag on the track, 200 meters boys class 2.
So a feast of 200-meter events so far we are having and will continue to have for a while. They're off and running. Can't tell you what is what, who's who, where they are, where they're not, except that they're on the northern side of the field and looking impressive. 2 youngsters dressed in white, but the pack is bundling up as they turn the corner now and come onto home stretch. Somebody in a blue shorts and a white vest racing through, running hard and fast and impressively so too. Crosses the line. Somebody seems to be in blue. Cupid, can't be certain of the colors.
Wearing a blue trouser there, and like you say, Roy, we cannot say people seem to be wearing anything. So we'll wait for the results. In the meantime, we wait for the 200 meters class 2 girls. They are going on the track now. Like we said, it's a staggered start, and we're using 2 athletes per house, so we're using 8 lanes. So there's significant visual difference between lane 1 and lane 8. And so we'll always have to wait until they're into the last stretch to see who really is leading the race. Red flag at the start.
And Cupid, could you ascertain who are the defending champions?
Get that for you.
Green, orange. I'm remembering something like that last year when Orange looked like taking the championship and lost it on the final event.
Absolutely.
I could recall last year, Cupid, that Orange was ahead for a good portion of the meet, and in the very final event were taken over by Green.
And so they are off. In fact, the 200 meters class 2 girls, and we see them coming towards the bend and about to take the final bend. It looks like it's going to be a tight. In fact, maybe not so tight. Green is looking good. Yes, it's getting tighter with an orange falling on the green, but green is going. It could be a second green. It could be an orange. So it's green, it's orange, and it's green. And Well, that seemed to be more straightforward among the girls as to what they're wearing and their houses than the house that each belong. So we move on now to event number 9. And we are going to the class 1 students. 200 meters class 1 boys, followed by 200 meters class 2 boys. And when we talk about class 1 in the secondary school, we are talking about senior students in the secondary school.
So Cupid,
yes,
your job is generally very long at the end, calling out 1,000,001 prizes. I think it will be done differently this time around and more conveniently so for you. The podium is already out there, and in a short while, after the class 1 200-meter events, a number of prizes will be given out.
Indeed. So we are waiting event number 9, 200 meters class 1 boys, followed by 200 meters class 1 girls, and then a short medal ceremony. There's white flag at the end. The red flag is open briefly. I think they're trying to get the girls off the track. Okay, so we have white flag. There seems to be a false start. They are holding the red flags until the girls clear the track, the girls who had just run.
And here is where the runners would have to be concentrating very keenly on that start. It's important to get a good start. So they're off and running, Cupid. Running hard and fast. This one seems as though it's going to be quick. It's green on the inside, it seems. Can't tell you because of... Anyway, they turned the corner just about now. And then I could tell you who is who. It's somebody dressed in white. Both top and trouser in a blue shoe. Somebody in black. Somebody in green. It looks as though it's going to be a green stripe trouser with a blue shoe, white top.
So I can safely tell you that was red house, and there is that blue house, and green and red. So that's red, blue, and red.
Well, thank you for rescuing us, but it's something that needs to be sorted out. So
orange.
To make it easy for the purpose of commentary, when they're dressed in black, but they're in red, and green, but they're in blue.
I forget our eyes are not so young as before. If you see the tags, they are red. So the red, and then the orange stands out for itself with the 61 there, and you see R57. So that's basically showing the houses. And we're asking the students who know that they should receive medals for the 1,500 meter open boys and the 1,500 meter open girls to make their way to the podium. Make your way to the podium after this race, and also the class 5 egg and spoon girls, class 4 and class 3. I will call their names after this race.
So we're about to witness, Cupid, what is it, 200 meters class 1?
Girls,
200 meters class 1. They are assembled on the eastern side of the park. It's a 300-meter track. So you start halfway around the track on the eastern side, head north, then west, and home stretch would be running from north to south.
So we have a white flag. And the white flag girls, this is a 200-meter class 1 girls. So we have a white flag at the finish, we have a white flag at the start.
And they're off and running. The girls are sprinting hard and fast. Turns the first corner on the northeastern side, heading westwards towards the final bend. Somebody with a white top looking very impressive. Oh, watch the beauty of her stride. She's rocking, she's prancing. She's way ahead of the rest of the park by about 10 meters. Can't tell you what house is possibly green, I don't know. Running in comfortably through the finish line. The green machine has done it, and done it in fine style.
Yes. So you have a Miss Candicia Mead who makes her way to Carifta Games, I think, tomorrow. And you have Nerissa Farrell Bramble there in second place, and you have Ramona Push in third place. So I'm asking the open boys winners for the 1,500 meters Mr. Anthony Farrell of Orange House, Mr. Mario Greenaway of Greenhouse, and Mr. Aiden Corbett of Blue House to make their way to the podiums, please. And for the girls, you have Kenaya Henry in third place for Orange House, Giselle Giddens in Red House, and Cynthia Farrell in Orange House.
In the meantime, I can give you the results for event number 10, Class 1 girls. In third place, Ramona Kush of Greenhouse. Narissa Bramble of Blue House was second. And of course, the well-known name in athletic circles around here, Candicia Mead of Greenhouse, won that race. I also did not give you the results for the 200 meters boys Class 1. I can tell you that Albert Florian Rosario of Red House was third place. Second place, Stanford
Jarrett.
And the winner, Antonia Gordon of Red House. Stanford Jarrett is of Orange House. And while we wait for the small medal ceremony, I can tell you the scores. And Blue House, 301 points. Blue House, 301. Greenhouse, 309. Red House, 346, 346. And Orange House, 353, 353. Interesting battle being set up here this afternoon, Roy.
Yes, indeed. There's a 6 or 7 point difference between the leaders, red and orange. Orange 353 and red 346. That's a difference of 7 points. So, Cupid,
yes.
Those positions could change
along
the way
one event.
quite easily.
Indeed.
Yes, so I'm paging for the 1500 meter boys, Aiden Corbett, Mario Greenaway, and Anthony Farrell to make your way to the podium. Also, Cynthia Farrell, Giselle Giddens, and Kenaya Henry to make your way to the podium. And also for the Egg and Spoon Class 5 girls, Casey Lewis, Alexia Moraine, and Giselle Giddens to make your way. So we have Mario Greenaway here.
And Coach, you mentioned that we have an athlete traveling overseas representing Montserrat tomorrow. Could you tell us some more about that?
And she's representing Montserrat for the Carifta Games. Miss Candicia Mead along, I think, is it with Sanjay Weeks? So we have some athletes taking that plane tomorrow to represent. So it's something spectacular for Montserrat. As they say, we little but we tell it starts small and we can grow from there going on.
So what events would she be doing?
I will ask Mr. Scotland.
Okay.
I think it's the same 200 meters and 100 meter.
Well, we wish her well and we wish her all the best of success putting Montserrat on the Carifta map in a grand, fine style.
Yes. So we have the 1500 meter boys here with us, and they're here. 1500 meters. So we await Anthony Farrell. Yes, I didn't see him, so they can send a representative to collect for Orange House. I see the captain. She's coming across, so she can collect it for Mr. Anthony Farrell. All right. And I'm asking Class 4 girls, Esther Watts, Kenaya Rodney, and Renika Corbett to make their way for their medals as we prepare for the 80-meter skipping girls. So the 80-meter skipping girls, Class 5, you're already here, so just stay. So we have Kenaya, could you take your medal for Anthony Farrell, please? So we have, for the boys, you have Orange House, Anthony Farrell. And for the second place, you have Mario Greenaway. Oh, he's here. He's here. He don't want to give you a spotlight. So Anthony Farrell. So you have Anthony Farrell and Mario Greenaway, and the winner is Aiden Corbett. All right. And then for the girls, you have So for the girls, you have Kinaya Henry from Orange House, 15 years.
That's third place.
Third place. For second place, you have Giselle Giddens from Red House, if I'm calling it correctly there. And then first place, you have Cynthia Farrell. That's 1,500 meters. Want to take it away, Mr. Green? Yes, me. So for the egg and spoon class 5, I know it says egg and spoon / lime and spoon, you have Miss Alexia Moraine in third place. Yes, I got it right? Alexa Moraine. And you have Casey Lewis in second. And Giselle Giddens, yes, in first place. Yes. So yes. And for the class 4, you remember you have your 80 meters skipping. Class 5, yes. So you have your class 4 skipping. You have Renika Corbett, third place. You have, well done. You have Kiana Rodney. Yeah, Kiana Rodney. Second place. And you have Esther Watts in first place. So as we await the athletes for the 80 meter skipping, I will ask you girls to make your way, class 5. I'll ask you to make your way, class 5, and we'll ask Alani, Andrew, Simone, Brian, and China Thomas to make your way to the booth, along with Cheviana Thomas. We have a joint third place. And for the class 2, Crystal Ogaro, Aris, Serena Baptista, and Gisela Louis Charles to make your way. So we call upon the 80 meter girls to make your way, class 5, for your skipping, and those athletes to collect their medals from class 3 and class 2. So we will have a moment to speak about our sponsors. Our sponsors for today, I know definitely we can thank the ZJB Media crew who is here. Also, Live Island events or the media as well, and also my judges on the line, my scorers who are here. You want me to call the names? No? I know y'all are very private. Yes. And also the fans who are here early out, and the parents who are here supporting the different houses. I would like to say thank you very much for your support over the short period of time. And also the panel. I have a panel here of very distinguished individuals, and I see someone walking across me, 2 cameras. I don't know if they're metal detectors. They're pointed on the ground, so I don't know if they detect things under the earth. But yes. All right, so we have these athletes coming across, and I'm paging the 80-meter class 5 girls to make your way for your skipping. So your 80-meter class 5 girls, make your way to the start for the skipping. Also the class 4 girls, get yourself together, get yourself ready. I'm urging the teachers to get the athletes on the line as quickly as possible so we can go. So we have the class 3 lime/egg and spoon winners. We have a 3rd place tie, Cheviana Thomas and Alana Andrew. So we have 2 different classes here. We just have, let's go with the, not yet, let's go with the class 2. We have Crystal Agaro in 3rd place. Yes, Crystal Agaro in 3rd place is class 2. And Aris Serena Baptista. Have it right? Get it right? Yes? No? Whoa. Second. And it's in orange. And Gisela Louis Charles in 1st. Yes, so as we await the others. So we await the 80-meter skipping girls. They're making their way class 5. They're making their way to their start. I see someone warming up the engines over there. And you have 2 representatives from each house. Red, orange, green, blue. And can we get the points so far? Could we get a recap for the points? So we are paging Alana Andrew and Simone Bryan to collect your medals for your lime and spoon event. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And I would also like to thank the special guests who have made their way here, and Mrs. Bryan, who took the march past today, and Mr. Allen.
Points.
On the prayer. And our principal, Miss Hogan, and also our 2 fifth farmers, Miss Candicia Mead, and also Miss Nerissa Farrell Bramble for their remarks. And as you know, they're 5th farmers and they're going out. So they're in their 5th farm year. So this is the last time they'll participate in sports. And we're paging a Mr. Jubri come out of the hills. And Mr. Graves, you have the points for us here?
Okay, so the points so far, blue 301, green 309, orange 353, and red 300, and well, I switched that around for you. Red is on 346 and orange on 353. Am I right? Orange and red?
Yes. So I think the green and the blues have a lot of work to do coming up in the future
Well,
events.
the skippers are off and wielding. Coming up the track, looking impressive, is red. Red and orange in contention here, but red seems to be doing it in very fine style across the line and take on 1st place.
Yes. And I think we'll just gather those winners straight away. So can those winners just make their way to the podium straight away? All right, so we just go straight to the podium as soon as they finish, Mr. Fergus and Mr. Ryan. So you just stay. So just go straight to the podium. So So, yes. Giselle, just stay there. So we have Alexa Moraine. No. Yes. Yeah. I do. Oh, okay.
So for the winners, we have Ramona Kush in third place, Narisa Bramble. Well, Miss Kush is from Greenhouse. Narisa Bramble from Blue House is second, and Candicia Mead first from Greenhouse. And after the skipping, we'll have the 200 meters. Tell you for whom in a bit. But the class 4, it looks like 400. So it looks like we'll be having the class 4 girls skipping. They're on the mark, and they'll have to be running fast, coordinating very well with getting that rope wielded over as fast as they possibly can and cross the finish line. White flags are up, and they're off and wielding. Wielding fast is looking good. Is green or blue in the middle, but on the outside seems to be an orange. On the inside, that is crosses the line now, followed by orange. And it's possibly orange and orange or red and orange. I would bet on that it's orange.
Right, so event number 12 just been completed, and we'll give you the results as soon as we get them. In fact, we are going to get them now, and we can tell you that Cynthia Farrell of Orange House, skipping race class 4 girls. Second place, Aisha Wilkin, also of Orange House. And in third place, Relisa Mead of Blue House. Those, as we see them actually getting their medals at this time.
So Cupid, you're nearest to the monitor. You'll tell our listeners, viewers, who's in the third, the second, and the first place.
Overall?
No.
No, there. So third place, Relisa Mead of Blue House. Second place, Aisha Wilkins of Orange House. And the winner, Cynthia Farrell of Orange House.
And the point standings, if we have them?
The point standings, Blue House 303, Green House 309, Red House 351, and Orange House 364.
So 63 points between the first and the last place competitors. Well, houses here at Little Bay Park. It's out front is whom, Cupid?
Out front is Orange House.
Orange House on
364 to Red House is 351, the closest.
And last year, as I was saying before, Cupid, we had a case where Orange House looked like taking the honors for champions. And then at the very last minute,
they are
Green
off,
House,
in fact.
well, here they come. Can't tell you who's who as yet. Not sure. It's a pretty bundled pack here, but it could be green. It could be blue. It looks like Blue House. Blues will never lose that, Cupid. They've already won it.
Indeed. So Blue taking that one. That's the skipping class 3 girls. And that will be followed by skipping class 2 girls. Yes, skipping class 2 girls. So we can't give you the result of the skipping class 3 girls. In fact, Blue House's Azalea Martin won that race. Naima Choit of Greenhouse was second, and Blue House's Devera Brown was third. And so they immediately get their medals. In third place, Devera Brown of Blue House, Naima Choit of Greenhouse second, and Azalea Martin of Blue House winning that race.
Second. Here. So the Lyman Spoon, still Cheviana Thomas. Cheviana.
So,
Medals.
what exactly is happening here now? We're into class 2.
Well, they're off and wielding away on the track. Who's who and who's not? Orange looks good. Green is coming fast and hard. Green is overtaking. It will be green number 1, orange number 2 possibly. Not very certain, but I can tell you for sure that green is number 1.
And
Yes.
that's the class 2 girls skipping. As we get ready for the class 1 girls still skipping.
And we will give away the medals for the Lyman Spoon at this moment.
So the medals for the Lyman Spoon. Tell us who they are.
There's Class 3 and Cheviana Alana Andrew from Greenhouse and Cheviana Thomas from Orange.
So the athletes are asked to take to the podium. So could we have the names again?
So it's Cheviana Thomas is tied for third place, and Alana Andrew. So you have Cheviana take your spot for third, and Alana Andrew and Simone Bryan for class 2.
Seems like they don't remember what.
Class 3 Orange, and she's in Orange House, and Miss China Thomas, first place from Red House.
And
yes. So this is the class 3 lime, egg and spoon. Yeah. Yes. So as they depart from taking a medal, you have the class 2
girls skipping. Skipping Red House, Crystal Ogaro. Third place, Kenaya Henry of Orange House, second place, and Kejane.
And the race is on Cupid. There are 3 athletes on the track. Orange takes over because somebody stumbles, so orange will be number 1, blue will be number 2, the other person will be number 3, having some problems with her rope, but she still medals in that there are only 3 athletes on the track, so she still does third place.
Kenton.
So I'm seeing on the program here, Coach Samuel, medal ceremony. We keep going. So we're into event number 16. Event number 16, 400 meters boys, class 5. Class 5 means the youngest children in the school. The boys, and that will be followed by girls. 400 meters would start somewhere at the start of the 100 meters and go around once and into the finish. So we are waiting, we are asking the girls and boys who are running the 400 meters, the class 5 girls and boys, to report to the starter, which is down at the 100-meter start. They'll go around once. In the meantime, we are getting some medals here from Blue House. It's in fact the skipping girls class 1 from Blue House, Narissa Bramble. From Blue House, second, Tyler Lois and Ellis Gerald of Orange House winning that race. So we're asking the athletes for the 400 meters, class 5, boys and girls, to report quickly to the starter. As the next two events, 16 and 17, will be the 400 meters. I'm seeing on the paper actually 47 events. We are in event number, we are going on to event number 16. And I can tell you that there are past students races for males and females, and there's a mixed teachers and students relay, some excitement here. There's a mixed juniors and seniors relay, so during the happy hour we should be having some excitement there. And of course, mothers and fathers will be invited to compete for probably bragging rights rather than points, but indeed it would be interesting later this afternoon.
So we'll have up to 10 not 400-meter races ranging from class 5 to class 1. Boys and girls, males and females for each event. All of 10 400-meter events upcoming for you.
And we're asking all the athletes for the class 5 boys and class 5 girls to get to your starting points ASAP. So we're asking all of the athletes from class 5 girls and boys to get to your starting points, and then every class after, just get to your starting points as quickly as possible. I see they're coming around, some are coming around. So I think it's organization. They're doing some organization because of the medal ceremony break that we gave in between there, so that's understandable. So I'm saying good afternoon to everyone, near and afar, those on the internet. I think I got a message from America and so forth saying that, yeah, we are here. They can hear us. They just need to hear the different houses of the winners. So the different winners of the houses at the end. So
okay,
we'll do.
We're going to ensure that we do that.
All right.
In the meantime, I can give you some idea of what happened before today. Before today in the road race, Blue House scored 84 points, Green House 63, Orange 77, and Red 85. So for a while, Blue looked good. Red winning, getting the most points in the road race. The first day of heats, Blue House scored 59, Green 75, Orange 87, and Red 75. Day 2, Blue scored 78, Green 73, Orange 76, and Red 70. So things started to change a little bit there. Heats day 3, Blue scored 59, Green 61, Orange 73, and Red 68. Heats, the last day of heats, Blue House scored 8, Green 8, Orange 11, and Red comparatively have whopping 28. So the pre-sports day event, Blue House came in with 288 points and in third place. Green came in with 280 points, not too far off in fourth. In second place was orange with 324, and red house just 2 points ahead, 326. Yeah, in fact, I think it was just 1 point ahead and not 2 points ahead. So orange house was 325 and red house 326.
So clearly, Cupid, the participation and the in terms of points racked up before today, red has done a very excellent job. So too is orange.
Orange, yes.
And just to add, on the day 4, the heats 4, that was a final. That was the egg and spoon races, and you could see red dominated on that day. And also on day 2, we had the 1500 meter finals open, both boys and girls. So we had those events, finals.
Those were pretty close.
Close, yes.
Blue for the day 2 heats scored 78, green 73, orange 76, and the red 70.
Yes.
So it was pretty competitive.
Kind of sad for me that we would not see the 1500 today. It's a favorite race of mine, but I do understand that you have to spread them out. The same athletes doing different races, and so you put them on different days. But I really love the 1500 and those long races.
And as we have here now, we have the class 5, 400 meter boys, and you have Red House, the 8th lane, 8th and 7th lane, and I see a gap, and you have Blue House, and then orange, next blue, and I would think, no, we await green, yes? We await greenhouse. See anyone in lane 1, and I see a red flag, 2 red flags. I think we await the class 5 boys. And I like to say a special mention to the staff, Mr. Alex Daly and the sports staff of Hyder and Mr. Jamari laying on the starting line there as well. I like to say special thanks for Coach Cardella and the team. We have Coach Scotty, we have Coach Kells, Mr. Fergus, Mr. Lester Ryan, and Kenton Weeks doing double roles today because he's still a physio and still a judge at the end. So thank you very much, guys, for your time and effort that you've put in. Kudos to you guys.
So we are seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boys. I think there are 2 more to go to fill the lanes. I can see 2 red, 2 blues. I can see orange. So it seems like green is missing. Well, I see somebody in black, but
he has an orange tag on. So I think we're missing greenhouse.
We're missing the greenhouse.
And coach, though they have the tags are pretty small, and it's difficult to pick the tags up. Easier if the top
was
carries the
color
of the house.
So we are waiting. In the meantime, we say thanks to the office staff, Miss Delrose Diet, Miss Carmen Boswain, Miss Jamara Fergus, and special mention, Mr. Kevin Small. So we wait. Event number 16, 400 meters, class 5 boys. We wait for the greenhouse.
And we have a white flag, and there's a white flag. We have 2 on the finish. There's a white flag as well.
So they're off and running. It's the boys, 400 meters, once around the track. Red looks good, red looks good, orange looks good. Can't tell you as yet. Let me wait until they get onto that eastern side of the park, on which they are approaching just about now. It's red in front, followed by orange, followed by red, and followed by 2 persons in black and 1 by blue. Red out front by about 10 meters or thereabouts. They're on the eastern side, heading north, coming around the corner just about now. Those guys in black have stolen a march on red. I don't know what color house they represent, if it's blue or if it's green or if it's who. I'll tell you when they get closer. They're turning the final bend and onto home stretch, looking impressive. Is this runner in a black top? Can't tell you what color or what house he represents. Orange it looks like. I'm told it's orange number 1. And who's number 2? Green number 1? I don't know. I'm confused.
So it's green 1, orange 2, and blue 3.
Okay, so in a minute we tell you who.
Looks like orange, Cupid.
400 meter class 5.
Orange
that's the
and
young
green.
boys. That was won by green, in fact, Jason Allen. And second place was from Orange House, Jacob Gonzalez.
Just stay. I want you guys to stay to collect your medals. Just stay to collect
Please
your
stay
medals.
to collect your medals. And the third place, Blue House, Quizmel Charles.
The runners who have just completed that run, please come to the
and collect
podium for your
medals.
medals.
Jello.
Please tell them come and collect the medals.
Come to the podium for your medals, please.
Quickly.
So Quizmel John Charles. Third place, second place, Jacob Gonzalez. And the winner, Jason Allen.
And the houses?
And the Blue House,
Orange.
Quizmel, Orange, Jacob, and Jason is from Greenhouse. So we're waiting for the girls of the same age group, class 5, that's the younger children of the school. Girls, 400 meters, that's just about once around plus the 100 meter. In the other order, 100 meters and then once around, whichever way you look at it. And
we have the girls preparing, getting ready for the staggers. I see the staggers. They're presenting for the staggers, making sure that...
And coach, I've heard something about whistle being mentioned just now instead of the gun. Does it prevent the
Without the whistle,
you
we
can't have
actual times. So it's something that like... it's one of those ones, and it's above
so
my
that
pay
must
grade.
never happen again, because you could have a youngster making a record, but because it's done with a whistle and the timekeeper wouldn't be able to hear the whistle at the very instant they would have started, he cannot check the time. That would be a disservice to the top athletes.
So we have to get over, remember...
May I just continue to say it should never ever happen again. Because I'm yet to understand why the gun is not used. Anyway, the runners are off on the track.
And remember, it's...
Orange looking impressive. So too is red. Jog trotting is blue. Green doing her thing. They're on the southern side of the park, heading east and then turning north. Just about now, they are on the eastern side and heading north with red in number 1, orange in number 2, green in number 3. That could change. There's still quite a bit of distance to go. Red is looking good. Rocking and rolling, prancing on the eastern side of the park, heading north. Turning the corner just about now, then they'll be heading west. Orange is in close contention, about 3-5 meters back. Red is looking impressive. The strides are long. The knees are high. The arms are pumping. So too is orange inside of red. Turning the corner now for the final leg of the journey. Red is in number 1 and looking good. As I've said, long loping strides, rocking, prancing, bubbling along the way here. Red is in the lead by about 7 meters, crosses the line just about now, followed by orange quite closely and another orange. So red number 1, orange number 2, and orange number 3.
was a very good race. I miss young Giselle Giddens holding her line, holding her distance throughout and holding it. And Miss Kiana Kelly, second place, and Deshante the Bramble.
And that first place runner, coach, very long, loping strides, looked good all the way around, taking first place for herself and her team.
So I can give you the results for event number 17, 400 meters class 5 girls. The long legs were that of Giselle Giddings of Red House. Second place was Kiana Kelly of Orange House. And third place, Deshante Henry Bramble of Orange House, as they now get their medal. Deshante of Orange, Kiana of Orange, and Giselle of Red House. As we wait the boys start, it's a staggered race once around the field and into the finish.
And before we take the boys, Cupid, whilst they're getting their photographs for their medals, could you give us quickly the points?
So the scores at the moment: Blue House 314, Green House 322, 357, and Orange House stretching their lead 379.
So large and in charge is Orange Juice, as my friend Eugene would say. Orange really feasting on some juice here at Little Bay Park. They're off and running. These are the boys, class what, Cupid? Can't tell you.
Class 4 they are.
Class 4. They look very businesslike as the pastors here at the commentator's booth, heading eastwards, turning that corner on the south. From thence, they'll turn another corner and they're on the eastern side of the park. The race is heating up because Green is challenging whoever is in front of him. But the guy in front stretches out. He's in green shoes. I don't know if it's another green. So in that case, he would be green and green. But orange, meaning business here on the northern side of the park. Orange is surging from behind, giving that front runner a run for his money. They turn the corner and come onto home stretch. Who will it be? Will it be green or will it be orange? I'm assuming the white pants is a green. He finds something in the tank that's green and passes the orange and through to the finish line. I don't know, Cupid, because he's wearing green shoes, white pants, black shirt. I assume it could be green or maybe it's blue. Don't know.
The winner?
Yep.
Green.
Is Greenhouse.
So
that's the same one with the shoes that we discussed earlier.
Okay.
So we have green.
So Theon Weeks of Greenhouse won that race, 400 meters boys class 4. In second place, Orange House's Jason Smith. And in third place, Orange House's Ryan.
Well, and what I can tell you, meanwhile you're sorting that up, is on the northern side of the last event, northern side of the park of the last event. Orange tried a thing and tried hard. And when they turned the corner to come onto the final stretch, Greenhouse decided nothing at all doing, my friend. Found some extra energy and sped away for the first place position.
Okay, so while they thought, that third place, we can tell you that the girls of the same age group, class 4, are on the 400 meter start. And all the lanes are filled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. White flag, white flag. So in fact, it was Orange's Tajari Ryan who won third place in the 400 meters boys class 4. So, red flag as we have the short medal ceremony for the boys who just completed the 400 meters class 4, and they are off, the girls. And so we are watching, it's a staggered race, so it's kind of hard to tell who is in the race. You see the red looking good, There's a young lady in white ball, but someone is coming very strongly in blue as they take the first curve on the southern side, and they are now approaching the eastern stretch. It seems like it's gonna be an orange house, someone who is sincere, and he's looking very strong and several yards in front of the second place, who seem to be moving, but there's some energy being generated here now by the red house athlete, then by the orange house athlete. But I can tell you that the leading orange house athlete is a mile and a half away now, and in fact just about to finish as the others turn the last curve. So it's orange house easily, and orange house a long way away. In fact, orange house finished ages ago, and it's another orange, and then it is green. 400 meters, class 4 girls.
Yes, we are asking athletes just walking out a little bit. Extra juice, don't go into the wrong areas, causing that lethargic kind of feel. So now we have the class 3 boys. Class 3 boys. So as this last athlete last but not least, so we have a quick medal ceremony.
In the meantime, the 400 meters boys, class 3, followed by the 400 meters girls, class 3. The boys are already in place, nice and smoothly.
Cupid, the girls who are going back to their tents are kindly asked to clear the track. The girls on the northeastern side of the track, please clear the track.
Because the boys are ready to run.
So white flag and white flag. So we're waiting for the start of the race. The red flag back up as some final instruction is being given at the start. They're still on red flag, so I can tell you that Kiana Rodney of Greenhouse was third. Okay, there's white flag.
Wait.
So the whistle has gone. I heard it this time, Cupid, and the green is looking mean. Looking businesslike. Sprinting away on the southern side. Early days yet. Still about 100 meters, 300 meters to go. Possibly 225 meters by now. Green is looking good. Very long, loping, fluent strides. Elbows pumping. The knees are being pulled up quite high. You know when there's an athlete on the track, he looks different. This athlete for green looks impressive. Look at the height of the knees. The elbows are punching. He's looking very good, very impressive indeed. He is at least 60 meters or more ahead of the rest. He's coming home. Another 40 meters or so to go while the others are just turning the bend. Here is he striding through athletically through the finish line by a long, long way. A battle between red and orange for second place. Red takes it, orange third.
Well, that greenhouse, you know, they always say 400 is a sprint, and certainly was a sprint for him. He ran the same pace all the way around, and you thought for a moment that maybe his strategy might not work and the others who were cruising behind, but he knew what he was doing, and he was a mile and a half.
And Cupid, we need to tell our listeners his name. He's that impressive, clear of the pack. When he was 5 meters from the finish line, the others were just turning the bend approximately 90 meters or thereabout away. He's special.
Well, I can tell you that he answers to the name of Mario Greenaway, and he is from Greenhouse. So it's Mario Greenaway from Greenhouse taking the 400 meters boys class 3. Second was Ralston Daly of Red House, and Diego Benjamin of Orange House was third.
So can we get the points? As someone pinged, they would like to know the points at this point. So
the points at this point, Blue House 314, Green House 333, Red House 360, Orange House 392.
Whoa.
that's
30 plus.
so we're saying that is a 30 plus high points gap between second and first.
That's right.
And wherever King Tabu is, he must be
He
bristling
must be
with
in the
delight.
hills just jumping up and saying, yes, I'll be there. I know he's listening, so we are calling Mr. Jubri to make you away. So now we have the class
400 meters girls, they're off.
And looking quite stylish, Cupid. These girls not running very fast, the rest of the pack, but red out front looking mean. Sprinting away, hard and fast is Red House. Turns the corner on the southeast. On the eastern side of the track is she now by about 60 meters or thereabouts.
Well, I
She
don't know
is
if
looking good and impressive, Cupid.
taking a page out of Mario's Greenhouse is Mario's book, but she takes off and she's keeping the pace so far.
Well, once she has the endurance, she looks good, she looks athletic, she looks mean, keen also. And on the northern side, being closed in by Blue, she is, if you look at the strides, coach, the strides have fallen, the knees aren't as high, and somebody from Orange House is eating up the track, catches up, in fact, with Red, and may have passed at this point. Orange, large and in charge of proceedings on the girls' 400 meters. Here comes Orange House, 1 and 2. 1 and 2 by about 40 meters. Orange juice, as my friend Eugene would say, comes across the line. 1 and 2, first and second.
First and second, and that Blue House really literally outdid herself and could not finish the race as she's been taken off by first aid personnel. So first and second, and I can tell you who they are. First place is Kaylin KB of Orange House. Natasha Blackstock of Orange House was second, and the third place, Deverla Brong of Blue House.
We're saying a little heat exhaustion is taking place around this, so our athletes, we're asking them to make sure that they're hydrated as much as possible because it's a very, very, very hot and humid day. So I'm asking the athletes to use these moments more than ever to make sure that they're hydrated with as much fluids and H2O as possible.
I can tell you, Coach Samuel, that a whole lot of athletic fans have been praying because yesterday it was absolutely rainy, and last night we did have some rains as well, and everybody were going online and checking the weather report, the weather forecast and so on, but it turned out to be a good day for sports.
A totally different day from it was yesterday, Cupid. Yesterday I was saying to myself, no sports tomorrow, not if it continues like this for any longer. But the Little Bay Park is known to soak up the rain quite quickly and is in good condition for the purpose.
Well, indeed, the control of everything looked favorably on us and our sports today. So we're getting ready for some more 400 meters. Is it? Yes. The class 3, boys and girls 400 meters. So while they sort something out, I continue my thank yous for music, sound and media, Daryl Bangadred KB, Alvin DJ Grace Lee, ZJB, 664 Connect, Adrian Edgecombe, Live Islands Events, and House Rat Adams. We want to say thank you for, and Javier. We want to say thank you for providing that service to ensure that today's sports is the success that it has been so far. We say thank you to the bus drivers, Eugene Sonny Lindsay and Clifford Shaddock Ryan. We say thanks also. Getting ready for event number 20. 22. Event number 20. Yeah, event number 22. And event number 23. 400 meters class 1 boys followed by 400 meters. Sorry, class 400 meters class 2 boys followed by 400 meters class 2 girls.
And for the starters, they're saying that when the race, once the white flag is up,
and then green took it. The white flags are raised, the runners are off and running, not running very fast as yet. And can't tell you who's in front either because they started on a stagger. On the eastern side, I'll be able to tell you who's who and who's not and what is what. On the eastern side of the park, they are now. Those are the ones in front. And in the lead is somebody in blue and possibly blue, orange, and green. 1, 2, and 3.
So you have Aiden Corbett of Blue House coming first, and Kerjan Israel of Orange House in second place, and Gemsley Laurent in third place from Greenhouse. So that was a very good run. And as you mentioned before, I think we had some times today. If there were some times, there would have been records.
Yes, it's really nonsense. It's disgusting. It's stupid, to say the least, that somebody somewhere decide that the gun must not be used. Children could be making record performances and they simply drift away with the wind. And then we have an athlete going to Carifta Games tomorrow. You're starting here with a whistle. At Carifta Games, there'll be a gun.
Yes.
Okay? And you could be thrown off by being accustomed to whistle and then you're starting with a gun. Just nonsense.
Luckily, we must say she's a seasoned athlete, so she's experienced in that format to respond to the gun. But for the others who are upcoming and that drastic change, we are hoping that someone at the top brass will have some common top piece.
Very true, coach. But generally, sports is what you practice.
Yes.
What you're accustomed to in practice seem to translate to the real event.
All right, so we have some red flags. So we're await some athletes to cross, and the finish line. We're working with the finish line flags, and the finish line flag is a white flag. So we have a white flag. We have 2 white flags going. So take it away, Mr. Graves. You're the one.
So welcome to our colleague Tabo. Tell you more about that in a bit. The whistle has gone. Silly whistle. The athletes, they're looking good, particularly green, out front, looking impressive. She has long loping strides. We've seen that before with other athletes and they lost it 3/4 away around the track. Let's see if she's able to maintain her stride, her speed, her rhythm. On the eastern side, green leading by 40, 50 meters thereabouts, followed by orange and green and orange. Those 3 within 5 meters of each other, but way out front is green, looking good on the northern side of the park, heading west. And then eventually she will head south to the finish line. Let's look at her strides. Let's look at her elbows. They're still pumping. The knees are still high. The strides are long and loping. She looks good. She is impressive on the track. Orange seemed to be gaining some ground on the inside, but holding her hip, indicating that there may be some energy loss. Green is looking good, striding away, arms pumping, knees still high, strides are long. Across the finish line goes Greenhouse, and then down onto the turf she goes. She did it and did it well, but must have lost some energy or spent all of what she had.
Leading the pack. And I've noticed today that most of the athletes, they're setting an early pace. And that's something that I admire. And some are keeping that pace all the way around from the first to the last meter. So that's something good. Heat. And I'm giving them the kudos, pushing that extra energy today, getting it out, and making sure that they finish.
And so, Cupid, our listeners are always interested in who's who and who is not, or who's front and who's back with
Okay,
regards to the points.
We're just seconds away from getting that. And in fact, I can tell you now that Greenhouse says Shanisha Weeks was third. Kenaya Henry of Orange House was second. And Kejanet Jeffers won that race. As we wait now for the senior students, the boys.
And there's a white flag. There's a red flag, red flag as we await.
And that would followed by the class 1. The class 1 are the senior students of the school, the boys and the girls. 400 meters.
And there's a white flag. So there's a white flag. Call the whistle.
And so they are off as we watch them approach what would normally be the finish. We see a Greenhouse looking pretty strong, but so somebody in red and another person in red, they are coming around the eastern end now. And they are coming around the eastern end. It's green and it seems like a red looking stronger. And then there's another red followed by someone wearing black and someone wearing green. In fact, the red is overtaking the green now. And the red looking strong coming around, approaching the last bend. And in fact, they'll be into the last bend now. And the red looking strong, but there's a stronger red coming behind. And there's a black one, I think he's Orange House. So he's orange, and it seems like there's a red looking strong. It's going to be orange. It's going to be red. In fact, it turned out to be a wait for the official results there. But it was pretty close between the orange and the red right at the end, and we let the judges call that. Interesting race there.
And Cupid, the orange, the runner in orange, dressed in black with the orange tag, he brought the crowd to their feet because he wasn't in it initially for most of the way around the track, but just as they're about to turn the final bend into home stretch, he picked it up, finding energy from someplace, and brought the crowd to life and possibly could have taken it, Coach.
Yes, and for that 400-meter Class 2 girls, you had Shanisha Weeks in third, Kenaya Henry in second, and Kejanet Jeffers of Greenhouse in first. So you have Orange House, Kenaya Henry in second, and Greenhouse you have Shanisha Weeks, Greenhouse.
Yeah, that's the Class 2 girls.
Class 2, and we have the boys.
Class 1 boys, 400 meters. Nasai Popo of Red House was
third. John Greenaway of Red House was second, and Stanford Jarrett of Orange House won that race as we get ready now for the girls of the same age group. And Jarrett Cupid was absolutely superb, coming out of nowhere and taking it. So the girls are off and running. They're running pretty fast initially. It's a sprint, I'm told by Coach Scotland. Everything below 3,000 meters are considered to be sprint. They're on the southern and now eastern side of the track. Red top, black top, white top, blue top, orange top. But out front are the persons in the white top and the black top. They are about to turn the bend on the eastern side of the ground, heading west on that corner. Can't tell you what houses are in the lead, but the two runners shoulder to shoulder almost. One in the white has strolled forward by about 2 meters. It's Red House, I'm told by the coach.
It's who, Coach? Greenhouse. Greenhouse is in the white top, rocking and rolling, 20 meters ahead. Very impressive indeed. She's an athlete. She's a runner. Does it in fine style. First place, Greenhouse takes the crown.
And so I can tell you that that person who is in fact green is the well-known Candicia Meade, who will represent Montserrat at the Carifta Games. leaving Montserrat tomorrow. Narissa Bramble of Blue House was second, and in third place it would be Ramona Kush.
And we can see why Cupid that she'll be sent to represent Montserrat, leaving Montserrat tomorrow. She is a class athlete, certainly at this level. Her strides are long and loping and consistently so. The arms pulled back 90 degrees and pumping forward like a boxer. The knees are pulled high. She looks impressive. Impressive she is indeed, Coach.
So according to the program, we should be having a short intermission as soon as
the young ladies get their medals. So maybe it's time for just a quick review. I can tell you that at the beginning of the day, that Blue House was 288, Green House 280, Orange House 325, and Red House 326. At the break, Blue House is now 323, 346, Red House 364, and Orange House 411. So Orange House stepping out there as we go into the break for the intermission.
But keep it, that is
A big lead, 411.
a massive lead after.
Orange House, and no wonder Sabo ain't going to be in no hills. He's at the park, and he'll be rolling in the second section of the meet here. That's after the break. His house, Orange House, on 411. Closest to them are Red on 364. That's a long way off, and something could happen because it did happen last year, Cupid, where Orange was leading by plenty, and Greenhouse seemed to have had a meeting and planned a strategy, put their two fastest runners in every event thereafter, got a number of first and second places, and brought it down to the final event when they took top honors and were ahead by, I think it was 1 point, taking the championship, leaving Orange bewildered.
It would be interesting to see something like that this afternoon.
Let me just add something here. For the Lyman Spoon Girls Class 1, I'm paging Narissa Farrell Bramble, Kayla Williams, and Vanessa Khan to the podium, please. So it's Narissa, Kayla, and Vanessa. Make your way for your Egg and Lyman Spoon awards, your medals. It's blue, red, and blue. Vanessa from blue, and special mention to Kayla Williams, who come in second in that race from Red House, and Narissa from Blue House. So I'm just paging those athletes, and here she comes. And Miss Kayla Williams from Red House, and this is Class 1, and Vanessa Khan.
And meanwhile they're coming, Coach, I've just seen two of my longtime students, Andy Conan, King Andy, and Big Mauve, waving and shouting at me from the back, St. Clair Thornhill. Not Thornhill.
It's the Aimer.
Well, you guys are grown men now, and I taught you when you were little kids, so you could excuse me. When you get old, you kind of lose it.
Right, so the lime and spoon, or egg and spoon athletes will be getting their medals at this juncture. And before we take break and go back to Master Control, we want to say live stream broadcast of Montserrat Secondary School Sports 2024 on Life Islands YouTube is being brought to you with the support of the Ministry of Education, Montserrat Secondary School, Digicel, Tropical Islands Real Estate, Delta Petroleum Limited, St. Patrick's Cooperative Credit Union, CG United Insurance, Ashok Supermarket, ZJB Radio Montserrat, Aliogana Express, Osborne Service Center, BBC Hardware, DJ Variety Cafe, Yvette Lee, Inventory Agencies Limited. We also are asked to make special mention of MSS staff and Mrs. Forshaw, Miss Silcott, Mrs. Castle, Miss Carlton, Mr. Antes, Mr. Martin, Mr. White, Teacher Maureen, Miss Ronell White, Miss Anneke Bryan, Sports House Captain and lead teachers. And of course, we say thank you to Miss Nicole Jubri and team for keeping us up to date with the scores here this afternoon. So let me just say finally the scores at the halftime or the break time. Blue House 323, Green House 346, Red House 364, Orange 411 as we take you back to master control until we are back in 15 minutes, I'm told.
Sally was a cute little miss, and I start to reminisce. Right away, me tongue get lit, and me half a thing like this. Me say, Sally, Sally, water, tell me, sprinkle in the sauce. While me ride, Sally wiping the weeping eyes on me thing say, wine to the east, Sally, wine to the west. Wine up, Sally, so them, you still full of zest. Me tell say, wine up on me, Sally. Wine up on me, Sally. When you wine up on me, Sally, you make me feel like me in the valley. Hold on on me, Sally. Squeeze up to me, Sally. When you so hard on me, Sally, you make me feel like it's you, lolly. She say, ay, 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 ay. You say, ay, 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 ay. You say, ay, 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 ay. Cynthia, come round us up. Go on like she vex. Cynthia think that me said she wrong. Start parading around in she tongue. Nothing tall me got left long down. Me keep on singing with me list tongue. Me say tinte, tinte, palama hookah. Later bunk to me, ziggity out. Tinte, tinte, palama hookah. Later bunk to me, ziggity out. He say come for your hattie, come up ya. You'll never forget me tonight ya. He say come for your hattie, come up ya. Come light for your hand underneath me brass ya. Come for your hattie, come up ya. You'll never forget me tonight ya. He say ay 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 ay. Girl me a come. Me say ay 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 ay. Girl me a come. Me say ay 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 ay. Me a come. Don't say in the moonlight. Don't say in the June. Don't say never come back in till 2:30. Mama say don't say girl. What you out a road a down? She say mama me out there helping that tall who look for your school. Then she scream out. She said, ay, 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 ay. Ay, mama, ay, 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 ay. We say, don't see in the moonlight. Come back in the moonlight. Don't see in the moonlight. Come the wicked light eyes. Come back, don't see nice. Come back in the moonlight. Don't see love the moonlight. Yes, you do with it right. Don't see love it. Ooh, Sally love it. Cynthia love it. Give me the super mix. Give me the super mix. Give me the super mix so me could make the galaxy. Come say, give me the super mix. Give me the super mix. Give me the super mix so me could feel the dance. So me say, how to make it? She asked me how to make it. She asked me how to make it. Me say, y'all make it like this. What a monge, a quata bacade, a quata uncle Red, a quata Irish brandy. Mix it up, blend it up, a quata first punch. Pour it
sweat and powder all on my face. Have no time to wash no face. Just love to feel the bass. Watch your hand around my waist, and you know it's been a real hard year financially. Sometimes I feel like no one cares mentally. To be completely fair, I didn't even want to play mass this year. But now I want to carry on and show my batter here in the baseline bounce. My bamba flinging, prance until morning comes. No time for sleeping, whole time we jump and have fun. Carnival called chaos. Jump in the street, chaos. To the soca beat, chaos. Feel so sweet, chaos. Feel so beat, chaos. Roaming me hand, chaos. Look at Josh Bam, chaos. Rat-ta-ta-ta, chaos. There's nothing like festival. I know I start like an event. Watch me while with no regret, and I start to feel the effect. I cannot lie, life is the best. First I feel the bass in my chest, but in my waist the test, and you know it's been a real hard year financially. Sometimes I feel like no one cares mentally. To be completely fair, I didn't even want to play mass this year. Oh no, now I want to carry on and show my batter here in the baseline bounce. My bamba flinging, prance till morning comes. No time for sleeping, whole time we jump and have fun. Carnival called chaos. Jump in the street, chaos. To the soca beat, chaos. Feel so sweet, chaos. Feel so beat, chaos. Woman me hand, chaos. Look at your fam, chaos. Rat-ta-ta-ta, chaos. To the rhythm of the bass, the bass, the bass, the rhythm of the bass, the bass, the bass, the rhythm of the bass, the bass, the bass, the rhythm of the rhythm of the rhythm of the bass. Yeah, the bass sound tight, you know. And you know it's been a real hard year financially. Sometimes I feel like no one cares mentally. To be completely fair, I didn't even want to play mass this year. But no, now I want to carry on and show my batter here in the baseline bounce. My bamba flinging, prance until morning comes. No time for sleeping, whole time we jump and have fun. Carnival cause chaos. Jump in the street, chaos. Feel so beat, chaos. Feel so sweet, chaos. Feel so beat, chaos. Woman behind, chaos. Look at your fam, chaos. Rat-ta-ta-ta, chaos. To the rhythm of the bass. Wait, you hear that bass line? Bass gal, Cali that, you know? Oh, and you know. Oh, and you know. Chaos.
So come on up. Come in clean. Let me see you. Boy, it's impossible to see you whine and don't tell you what's on my mind. It's ridiculous the way you dress. You have my spirit possessed. It is an invitation to wine on you. Girl, let me tell you what I go do. Girl, I go hold you, physically jam you, musically rock you, then fade away with your emotions. Girl, I go hold you, physically jam you, musically rock you, then fade away with your emotions. 'Cause I wanna get closer to you, sugar, every minute, every hour, until your body surrender. Your body is telling me something. It's time for sexual healing. Girl, I will fade away, fade away, fade away with your emotions. Girl, I will fade away, and drift across the ocean. Whoa, 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 whoa.
This is when I say, girl, I go hold you. I want you to say physically. Girl, I go hold you. All right. When I say, I go jam you. You say musically. Jam you. All right. And then we go say, fade away with your emotions, right? All right, let me try it. Girl, I go hold you, physically jam you, musically rock you. Then, girl, I go hold you, physically jam you, musically rock you. Then fade away with your emotion, 'cause I wanna get closer to you, sugar. Every minute, every hour, until your body surrender. Your body is telling me something. It's time for sexual healing, 'cause I will fade away, fade away, fade away with your emotions. Girl, I will fade away, and drift across the ocean. Whoa, whoa. Look. See this one, yeah? When we say fade away, we want to go to the right. Yeah? Fade away to the right with me. Okay, you're right, sorry. Fade away to the right with me. All right. So we go fade away, fade away, fade away with your emotion. Cause we go fade away, and drift across the ocean. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, we're gonna work this one just sweet now. We want to see all the man them that they dance with them girl. Just hold on on the one, you know, right? And all the women that we have their man with them, hold on. And husband and wife, let me see you now. Come here, hold my wife. We're gonna jam the one you're right. Girl, I go hold you, physically jam you, musically rock you. Then fade away with your emotion. Girl, I go hold you, physically jam you, musically rock you. Then fade away with your emotion. 'Cause I wanna get closer to you, sugar. Every minute, every hour, until your body surrender. Your body is telling me something. It's time for sexual healing. Girl, I will fade away, fade away, fade away with your emotion. Girl, I will fade away, and drift across the ocean. Whoa, 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 whoa. I can't resist this temptation. Please try and understand. Whoa. I feel the unity, electricity. Your body's like a symphony. Playing on a bar of a melody. Sweet passion and harmony. Girl, I go hold you, physically jam you, musically rock you. Then fade away with your emotion. Girl, I go hold you, physically jam you, musically rock you. Then fade away with your emotion. 'Cause I wanna get closer to you, sugar. Every minute, every hour, until your body surrender. Your body is telling me something. It's time for sexual healing. Girl, I will fade away, fade away, fade away with your emotion. Girl, I will fade away, and drift across the ocean. Whoa, whoa, whoa. it down low. I will see which one the corner them. Now the weekend is jamming. The jam session start here. I will separate. Left corner and right corner. Left corner and right corner. Which corner we should start with first? Alright. I will start here. So let me say, hold you, jam you, rock you, then fade away with your emotion. Let me hear you now. Hold you, jam you, rock you, and fade away with your emotion. Alright, let me go here. Alright. Let me hear you, you know. Girl, I go hold you, jam you, rock you. One more time. Yeah, it's so good. Girl, I go hold you, jam you, rock you, then fade away with your emotion. Hold you, jam you, rock you, then fade away with your emotion. 'Cause I wanna get closer to you, sugar, every minute, every hour. Until your body surrender, your body is telling me something. It's time for sexual healing. Girl, I will fade away, fade away, fade away with your emotion. Girl, I will fade away, and lift across the ocean. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you.
Pretty girl, how will you be? Pretty girl, come by me. Pretty girl, how will you be? Pretty girl, come by me. Carnival is so amazing. Carnival is really something. Especially the pretty girls around. In a nice costume, parading round the town. They dance to the rhythm, to the beat of the drum. In carnival, in praise, everybody come. Up out of the magic, up inside the parade. It's a night when things are made. Pretty girl, how will you be? Pretty girl, come by me. Pretty girl, how will you be? Pretty girl, come by me. I want a pretty girl for the carnival. A pretty girl to me bacchanal. One from me right side, one from me left side, one from me front side. We go right, we go right. Pretty girl, how will you be? Pretty girl, come by me. Oh, I want a pretty girl. Oh, I need a pretty girl. Them pretty girls, them body well designed, full of elegance in every line. Just about a piece, I woke up hard, working on this gym as a faded part. They got the pepper sauce with the top girl style, tantalizing hips and flickering stars. There's no carnival without pretty girls. Believe done that, they really got my word. Pretty girl, how will you be? Pretty girl, come by me. Pretty girl, how will you be? Pretty girl, come by me. I want a pretty girl for the carnival. A pretty girl, the carnival. One me right side, one me left side. man, but there you go, right, pretty girl, how will you be? Pretty girl, come on me. Oh, I want a pretty girl. Oh, I need a pretty girl. Pretty girl pan north, pretty girl pan south. Anywhere you go, pretty girl all about. You have in carnival, look on calypso. You have to find a pretty girl. What it means, so the man love pretty girl, woman love pretty girl, I love pretty girl, everybody love pretty girl. Yeah. Pretty girl for north, pretty girl for south. Everywhere you go, pretty girl all about. You have in carnival, look on calypso. You have to find some pretty girl. What it is, yo? A man love pretty girl, woman love pretty girl, I love pretty girl, and he love pretty girl. Ah.
Hey, Montserrat, you think a joke? Hey, think a joke? Hey, what's the movie? Check the picture. Something's happening on your calendar. It's carnival in Montserrat. It's like the party. I'm really missing that. Oh, hey! The vibe is gonna get you tonight. The feeling's gonna be alright. Hands up in the air, we're unstoppable. Chicks up in the air, we're terrible. It's a celebration, a sweet vibration. Party vibe so high. Party vibe, let me touch the sky. Everybody love that, carnival in Montserrat. Everybody love movie, rhythm and melody. The vibe's gonna get you tonight. The feeling's gonna be alright. Think and joke, and Montserrat. Feel the energy, it's in the air. All around we, and we don't care. We friends around, we got a star. This is the moment we've been waiting for. The vibe's gonna get you tonight. The feeling's gonna be alright. Hands up in the air, we're unstoppable. It's up in the air, we're terrible. It's a celebration, a sweet vibration. Party vibe, so high. Party vibe, let me touch the sky. Everybody love that, carnival in Montserrat. Everybody love groove, rhythm and melody. The vibe's gonna get you tonight. The feeling's gonna be alright. Sure, I'm Montserrat, love you. Here, the friends around, and we don't care. We got to know this Montserrat. We go around, we need to celebrate that. The vibe's gonna get you tonight. The feeling's gonna be alright. Hands up in the air, we're unstoppable. kicks up in the air, we're terrible. It's a celebration of speed vibration. Party vibe, so high. Party vibe, let me cut this time.
One to them, boy, them man. So we are asking the persons who ran the following race, in fact, who placed in the following race, to please come to the podium for your medals. That's events number 1, 2, 1, 3, 200 meters boys, class 5, 200 meters girls, class 5, 200 meters boys, class 4. Please come for your... Are they them? Are they 200? Okay, also, so all the 200 meters class 4, girls and boys, 200 meters class 3, boys and girls, 200 meters class 2, boys and girls, and 200 meters class 1, boys and girls. Those of you who place, please come. I can tell you that as well as girls skipping class 5, please come to the podium so that we can distribute the medals and get on with the second part of this afternoon proceeding. Saying good afternoon Mr. Roy Graves, and again, and good afternoon for the first time this afternoon to Mr. Kelvin Tabajubri.
Good afternoon, Cupid. Good afternoon, and special welcome to my friend, former teaching colleague, Kelvin Tabajubri, who they told me earlier was in the hills. In the hills, not if Orange House is surging ahead of the other houses. He'll never be in the hills. I said back then, and here is Mr. Kelvin Tabajubri.
Yes, good afternoon.
Ex-Calypso King, ex-outstanding Montserrat Secondary School athlete, and currently teaches at the Montserrat Secondary School, one of our premier artists. But we're talking athletics, and Tabo, your house has been doing pretty well.
Yes, good afternoon, panelists. Good afternoon, my principal is somewhere on the right. Good afternoon, everyone in the park this afternoon. Good afternoon, listeners at home and abroad. We are here now to see what we call the cream of the crop. And guess what, Roy Graves? I am not going to be boasting this afternoon too much until I see the final total.
Well,
last year I was in trouble.
I know why. Last year your house was leading by quite a distance, and Greenhouse changed their strategy and decided to run the 2 fastest runners in all the remaining races and took a significant number of 1 and 2s, first and seconds, and as a result brought it down to the final event when you were still leading by a little bit. But
about 5 points,
but
I think that
But
time.
they took 8 in the final event and went ahead of you and won the championship out of the blue.
And guess what? That same menace that was here last time that predicted and spoiled my prediction, he called me just a while ago and said he's on his way. He's at the barber shop trying to flatten himself up.
Tabo, I think he'll have a serious challenge this time around, strategy or no strategy.
That was Mr. Peter Queely.
Cupid and I worked it out in the intermission, in the break. There are 128 possible points remaining.
That's right.
There's 16 events with 9 points, but a house could only get a maximum of 8.
That's right.
Having 2 athletes in each event. With 128 points remaining, your house, the Orange House, who's large and in charge so far, are leading by 47 points.
So calculatively.
So mathematically, it is possible that another house in this case Greenhouse, can come and win.
That's right.
But they'll first have to make up all of 47 points and thereafter
still
take the majority of
the points,
remaining
which I don't think is
points.
possible.
So,
what you think, Cupid? Do you think it's possible? Mathematically possible, but not calculatively possible.
Stop scoring. They would have to basically stop scoring for that to happen.
That's right. So I can feel free to say that I might be ascending shown this afternoon.
Okay, the coach is asking me.
You're still only saying might, whereas last year you said nobody could beat Orange House.
Yes.
And they did.
So gentlemen, we're trying to get on with the medal ceremony. So we're asking the following persons to come to the podium. 200 meters boys, class 5, Jason Allen, Marian Monroe, Javon Morris. Please come to the podium. Among the girls, class 5, Alexa Moraine, Deshante Henry Bramble, and Giselle Giddings. Please come to the podium so that we can get on with the medals and then get back into the second part.
And Cupid, while you're waiting for the athletes to come to the podium for their prizes, I did tell our listeners that there's 16 more events, and six of those events will be in what we call the happy hour, the 4x100 meters relay, which is the most thrilling and exciting bit of athletics in any meet that you can
definitely
witness. And there'll be 16 runners, 4 from each house, on show for each of those 6 events. So come on down soon as you're finished working to Little Bay Park for the happy hour.
Okay.
And that's right, Graves. And the weather has been kind to us, really true, because this last night and this morning we thought probably would have to face a cancel or whatever. But the Almighty has been so good to bless us with some sunshine here, Graves, this afternoon.
It is a beautiful, sunshiny, blue sky, gentle breeze, Caribbean day here, Tabo.
Definitely. And we're waiting for the prize giving, Cupid?
Yes, we are asking the girls, Alexa Moraine, Deshante Henry Bramble, Giselle Giddings, please come, as well as the class 4 boys, Tejari Ryan, Jason Smith, and those are they. Teron Weeks. Okay, so we have those there. We are asking for the girls as well, 200 meters. In fact, everyone who plays in the 200 meters from the respective classes. We are asking Cynthia Farrell, Aisha Wilkin, and Kiana Rodney, orange, green. Please come. Also, the 200 meters class for the boys, Torrell Estriado, Mario Greenaway, and Ralston Daly. Please come. And that's it. That's it. Yeah, I called 5. Can we go down to 6? It's So you want me to repeat class 5 boys? Javon Morris, Marian Monroe, and Jason Allen. Orange House, Red House, and Green House.
So you have 2 of them coming there.
Yes, so I think it's probably a quicker way to do the medal ceremony in between. It's probably so that we are not here until night, but we need to get the athletes here. So, yes, gentlemen. Very interesting afternoon so far.
And Graves, I was coming down around 11 o'clock this morning, and when I saw so many cars on the banking, I knew that we were in for a good treat today.
Take the spot.
Because we are watching
Yellow House Street.
Definitely. We're watching the bankings filled up, and the bleachers are filled. There's so many vendors back behind us, Graves, selling and making some kind of a hustle or money, something. Good afternoon to the bleachers just behind us.
Well, that's important.
And here comes Mr. Queely. But Green, The lean machine has arrived. So let us see.
Something seems to have gone awry with the machine, Tabo, because Orange is stealing a march on them.
Large and in charge so far. You remember my predictions. I'm not going to go too far ahead to predict what's going to happen. Let's say good afternoon to the people out there. There's a gentleman in Latimer Road in England, Mr. Allen, and I know he's listening to his radio. He's about 91 years old, and I know he's listening to sports. So good afternoon, Mr. Allen, up there in Latimer Road in Notting Hill Gate in England.
Well, talking about England, Tabo, I have so many relatives in England. Well, very many more than are here in Montserrat, including my daughter Joyanne, who will be listening.
Yes, definitely.
And so, Joyanne, you are listening to secondary school athletics from Little Bay Park here in Montserrat, and it's been good so far. Tabo has come out of hiding because his house is leading.
To tell you the truth, Graves,
by 47 points.
To tell you the truth, why I was kind of slow in getting here this morning is because, you know, I had a really anticipated that when I come down here that I'll be like 50 points ahead or 80 points ahead. So I just wanted to arrive triumphantly. I didn't want to arrive and wonder if I'm going to win.
After the licking last year.
That's right. So I decided I'm going to take my time, pace myself, fill my body with substance, and then I come to the park to give it the last shot.
And Tabo, I think you'll be glad to know that my sister Albertha is here on the park. She came down about a week or so ago.
Right.
And she'll be here for another week before going back because she wanted to be a part of the sport.
And let the listeners on Radio Land know that you're not missing any competition so far right here at the moment because you're just giving out medals to athletes who have participated in prior events to today's final meet. And that's exactly what's happening here. So just a few more to go, and I think Mr. Queely will take over that job for the moment, and then Mr. Graves on my right will also feed through that the screen there to notify the public as to what's happening and remind them of the scores periodically now and then. If I can get a score shot there, Mr. Queely. Good afternoon to Mr. Queely. I don't think you had introduced Mr. Queely,
Well,
Graves.
and Mr. Queely, I dare say, Tabo, was a very outstanding athlete during his time at the Montserrat Secondary School.
Definitely.
In fact, he was one of the better athletes on the show for many a year. Mr. Queely, good afternoon to you.
And good afternoon, Mr. Graves, and good afternoon, Kelvin Tabo Jubri. Nice to be back again for another MSS Annual Sports Day.
But I dare to say not in the capacity where you was last year.
I dare to say, but where there's a will, there's a way. And once there's hope, then there's pride.
That's right.
So we will continue.
And mathematically, it's on the cards.
Mathematically.
But in reality, except your house bucks the trend, it's not likely.
And good afternoon to the listening public. I'm already on the gun and on the fire.
Directly.
I'm here, and I am going to be doing my best to commentate and to give the results as I see it and call it fair, even though that I am a Greenhouse hardcore supporter, and everybody knows that. I know. I think we're getting ready for the medal ceremony for the Class 2 boys.
Class 2 boys, yeah.
Class 2 boys or the Class 3 boys?
Well, Cupid had us up to date right there with the events as the medals were being passed around.
Class 3
and
boys. Class.
I think
Okay, so it's Class 3 girls.
Class 3 girls.
200 meters down.
Okay.
200 meters, yes. And the first place is no, the boys are on.
And I think we're getting ready for some kind of race down here, Queely. Something is happening at the starting line, Graves.
So athletes are on the starting line. Can't tell you what event this is as yet.
I think the first event
It's
after.
the
First event
Class 5, 100 meters.
Class 5, 100 meters coming up right after the intermission. Good afternoon, Mr. Samuel. Coach did a very good job describing the events. I stayed from the mountains and listened to him, and I was kind of surprised that Coach Samuel is on the mic. I know him in the field all day.
Well, his job started before today because, as you said, he's coach, and therefore he had to do a lot of work with the athletes prior to the show today.
Yes, and Coach Samuel would have been one of those young guys that I would have seen back in my days growing up under me, and he would have done some very good work. Him especially the area of football. And he was also around the park when we were doing some training and so forth.
So
But
this one promises to be hot.
Class
Hot,
5 boys.
hot. Class 5 boys are on the line. Not quite ready as yet, however. I see a white flag at this end, none at the
That's event
other.
number 26.
Event number 26, 100 meters for class 5 boys, followed by class 5 girls, then class 4, 3, 2, and 1, respectively. So in about 10-15 seconds, they'll be from there to here.
Guns are up. Graves. Some kind of false start there. I'll give you a little information in the meantime. The record was held by Jamari Lee of Orange House in 2016 and Devonnie Brown of Blue House in 2017, a record of 12.50.
And here they are, the first set of 100-meter runners. They're coming and they're coming fast. They're coming hard. They mean business. Look at Red House. Look at the black shirt on the inside. It's whoever is in that black shirt.
Black shirt,
Can't
but
tell you whether
the
it's
Graves,
blue,
I think
green,
they should
or
have had a
blue.
tag. They should really be running with a tag on them so we can identify who the runners are, what house they belong.
I've seen a number of them with tags, but the tags are pretty small and you can't look for that tag and find it in the heat of battle.
Well, the drone is right overhead, Queely. What do you think just now?
I agree with you that the runners should be properly identified.
Exactly.
So that not even us that know it, but the public at large.
The public at large, exactly.
Who actually wins.
So we should not be asking which house they are from.
Exactly. I think that's one thing that this school needs to work on to ensure.
But that's the way it had been for many a year. They're
That seems
wearing
like
blue
greenhouse,
top, red
so
top,
he looks
whatever.
like he's a green. I've seen G1 on his tag. Mr. Samuel. But the house that they represent.
Who was first? Who was
Greenhouse, because I've seen the green tag on it. But it would be more appropriate if they have the
First
house.
place is Greenhouse is Joshon Allen. Second place is
Yeah, if
Red
they have the
House
appropriate
and
top.
Marion Monroe. And third place is Blue House is Chrismel Jean Charles.
And does the record still stand of 12.50?
The data for the record is not up as yet.
Okay.
Well,
will
I'm
get that
told that they cannot get records, Tabo, because you can't do it with a whistle. You have to do it with a gun.
With a gun.
You cannot
Okay.
hear the whistle in time.
That's right. Here we go for event number 27.
So event number 27, the girls, 100 meters, about to be run off. And here they come.
Ball start.
Ball start. So somebody starting sooner than was required.
So we are always in the mode where we hear the bullets echoing in the hills, but seems like that has been totally
Yeah, the
changed.
timekeepers would need to hear exactly when the race started, which
Exactly.
is at the pop of the gun. You can't do that with a whistle. It wouldn't. The sound wouldn't get up here as loudly or as
and
quickly.
in time. Yeah.
And so, if athletes do make records, in actuality,
That will be recorded.
it cannot be recorded.
It cannot be recorded.
If it is just rubbish.
Now they're off and here they come, Graves. It seems like Orange House seems to be in front, Roy Graves, as they come towards halfway in the race. And it seems to be two Orange House, followed by a red. Clearly, there's a red pushing here and getting second place. And Orange first, red second, and it seems like Orange third.
Yes, Tabo, that was a good run, particularly by that second place runner who was little way back.
And
but
built
was-
up some steam there, Graves. Given another 20 meters or so, I think that lady in red and white would have caused some problems here. But it seems like Orange House first, Red House second,
First place.
and third place also went to Orange House. That was the girls, 100 meters, class 5.
So Alexa Marine just now won that race. Orange House. Second is Giselle Giddens.
First,
Red
Orange.
House. And third place is Deshante Henry Bramble of Orange House. So Orange House first place, Orange House third place, Red House second place. Orange House is on a roll here.
Well, that's why I think I need to get myself a proper drink and sit here and await a final grand finale. Here we go with event number 28, 100 meters class 4 boys. All cameras are ready. People anticipating a good showdown here, Graves. some medals have been given in at the same breath on our right in front of our face here, Graves. So here we go, class.
Well, the spectatorship and the fan base has built taboo and will continue building, because soon as people are off work, they'll be heading for this venue where all of the action is athletically. MONTSERRAT Secondary School 2024 Athletic Inter-House Championship. We await the Class 4.
Class 4 boys, 100 meters. And that will be event number 28 on our list here, Graves.
Flags
the
are
flags
up.
are up still.
White ones. Any moment now.
Say good afternoon to Mr. Gregory Willock. I know he's listening in England somewhere.
Wherever he is on planet Earth. Here they come.
Here
they come. Here come the runners. The boys class 400 meters. They're sprinting hard.
They seem
and
to be
fast.
weeks.
It looks like the green, lean, athletic machine in
See?
front. I'm
don't like
not
it.
sure because they're not running in colors. I'm just judging by the
That is
shoe.
green. It seems to be green. I think that's one of our champion athletes. What's her name? We used to call begins with a G. I'm not going to say it on public radio. But she has produced many athletes in her dynasty. The daughter of Jap. I think that this gentleman is her son. So he's from a well-grounded athletical family. You know, so
and he has speed, Tabo.
he definitely has speed and strength and stamina. And the only thing I'm not totally in agreement, Graves. If he was running for a record, then he would have lost some seconds there by running and looking baking.
Yeah, that you should never ever do. Don't look
exactly.
back.
You don't need to run and look back because you could have clinched a record there, but at the same time you're trying to look back, you indefinitely lose a lot of seconds there.
Definitely. The first place,
Right.
Ian Weeks.
Mr. Quealy?
Definitely. First place, Ian Weeks, Greenhouse. Second place, Jason Smith, Orange House. Third place, Tahari Ryan, and that seems to be Orange House also.
Orange House also. So we are on a roll here, and Orange House is definitely getting some juice.
Next is class 4 girls, 100 meters, and I think I see somebody who looks like my daughter there on the starting line.
And I think your daughter might carry this, judging from what I saw last year. She's a very good athlete, and
in the midst there.
but I'm not going to go against because she's not in orange.
Well, I actually felt Quealy's heart taboo, and it's pounding.
No, because she's not me, so I am a different kind of official. When I was there, it would be a short.
Cameramen seem to be saying that they're already Graves, and and Mr. Francis is there in the wings to come. Here they go, off they go, up the track. That's event number 29. The girls flying here. I think this is Quealy in front. Quealy in front, followed by an Orange House. Right at finish, photo finish. That was a beautiful race, Graves. Almost caught her at the line. But I dare say that Peter Quealy, as I predicted, that she would have won that race even before she started.
Yes, she
because I looked at her last year and she has some speed. Not like her father, really, but he's getting there.
Getting there.
And Tabo, to my right, Quealy, you could see him bristling with delight.
Yes, but he was really tense just now, Grace, wondering if what's gonna.
Well, when you have juniors, you have to really make sure that you support them.
Look at this, Grace. Photo finish at the end. Look at that. That's right at the line there.
Yes, but I see Patista Quealy leaning forward, and that is what gave the edge.
And that is what a lot of athletes need to learn now. That when you're in a tight position like where you're, that chest forward.
Yep.
That chest forward is what really gives you that extra breath and length to complete that race and come first. Here we go, class event number 2.
So let's get to the results for this.
Okay, the results first.
Orange House, second place, Cynthia Farrell. Orange House, third place, Kiana Rodney, Greenhouse. So that's the results of the class.
So that second place runner, Quealy, I saw her run quite a few events for the day, and she has something.
Yes, I think she came first in one race and third in another.
Are up, Tabo. My vision is being blocked now by the cameraman. Cameraman, could you kindly allow us to see the race? Cameraman.
Sandra Enver. Thank you. That was sanctioned by DJ Graves, by the way.
So on the marks, it's the class. What, Quealy?
It's the class.
We're on to class.
3 boys. 100 meter dash.
Class 3 boys.
Event number 30.
Event number 30, yes.
Who would be the victors? Who will be vanquished? Don't know as yet. Here they come. False start, so they'll have to go back.
And I have got the guys crouching there at the start, which suggests to me that they are trained to actually go down and have a push start, which is a good sign, as opposed to
Get them off the mark faster.
I would
And that's why we can say kudos to Coach Scotty. Has been doing a fantastic job with the athletes here in Montserrat over the years.
Yes. At the same time, when I'm here, let me say good afternoon and to the St. Patrick's Cooperative Credit Union, Sanjay Weeks. I will get back to that afterwards.
So they are on the marks and off and running and sprinting hard, sprinting fast, plenty of power and energy.
Red and black.
Look at red.
Look at that red and black.
Hands pumping.
That's Ralston. That's Ralston's son.
Ralston Daly, it looks like runs
That's
the
a
line
champion runner.
ahead of everybody. Tabu, his posture, his speed, his energy, everything was working smoothly together.
Never look back.
Well, you can see the mark of someone who's been Coach Graves and coached to the highest level, because definitely I know he works with Coach Scotty. Yes. And you also have to give kudos to Mr. Samuel at school, because I see every day from my vantage point in the art room, they have been well trained there by the PE department, so it's filtering out now, Graves. You train the child properly in the way you want him to grow up.
Yep, and I think you'd have to give kudos to his father, Ralston Daly's
right.
namesake, who takes him to every place he needs to be taken to be trained for such events.
Definitely, and look at the athlete, look at the shape of the guy, Roy. A real well-built athlete.
Built like an athlete.
That's right.
And performs like an athlete.
And the way he shoulders his stance and his uprightness in running and his arms pumping. Same time his legs are pumping and moving. It shows the hallmark of a good athlete. But the only thing, Roy, we hope that we can this can continue to the fullest degree, because so much talent at the age of 14, 15. And then we have to harness it now, Graves.
Because them transition into Carifta.
Yep, and we need to get a lot more of our athletes out to Carifta and similar games.
Definitely speaking.
The girls are already on their mark.
The mark for the Class 3 girls, 100 meter dash, Class 3 girls. And first place for that race is Ralston Daly. I think that is Red House. Corel Estriado, Red House, and Ego Benjamin.
As we speak, we are getting ready for event number 31. And
Class 3 girls, 100 meter dash.
the guns are up, the flag is up, I think, and they're ready, Graves. You know, you're the biscuit inside the pie.
Yeah, the girls are relaxing down there. I think the flags are down.
Flags are down still, so we say good afternoon to Mr. Scotland up here on our right. If you look over to your right, you see Mr. Scotty on his green army cap with the Montserrat flag and keeping a humble profile up there. Maestro of a man.
And if you're finished working and you're on your way, do it safely, but do it quickly. Athletic action here. Here come the girls. Here they are. Can't tell you who as yet, but orange is looking good. Looking good. Blue too is looking
that
good.
Blue is looking. That's developed.
Blue is looking good.
Looking good.
Blue
but to orange,
will never lose that. Try as orange Metabo.
Yes.
Blues. Large and in charge.
Just now, yeah. And I think
Nearly
that's the
all the way
daughter.
through.
I think that's the daughter of Earl Hustler Brown, one of our senior Calypsonians here in Montserrat, the Vela. And looking good, real Graves, and then she was really pestered by two Orange House right on her heels, Graves at the finishing line. Fergus and the other Orange House girl there, so Devela really took it away.
And the Orange girl's Tabo was on her heels, and
That's
the good thing is she didn't look back.
She did not look, you noticed that.
On the finish line.
Exactly.
So first
focus on where she's going.
Devela Brown.
Devela Brown first.
And Miss Fergus, second Orange House, and Natasha Blackstock, third place.
And could we have a points calculation up there to see how far ahead Orange House is?
Orange juice.
Orange House, 430 points.
430?
Oh, up top, sorry. Orange House, 434 points. So they are in the lead. Red House, 378 points. They are second. Green House, 357 points. They are third. And Blue House, 329 points. Bring up the rear. So Green House needs to make a move of it.
So
the good news is for Orange House Tabo is that they're not only large and in charge, they're racking up the points. They're extending their lead. It was 47 at the start of this segment.
That's
it's
right.
now up to 56.
56, and I dare say that we are taking revenge for last year's insult that Mr. Quealy gave us at the end of the rainbow.
So we are in the class 2 boys, 100 meters. The class 2 boys, 100 meters. Folks, and we should see a little bit more speed in this race. Some of the guys are possible. White flags are up. Folks, and we're looking to see what the guys are doing.
And here we go, class 2 boys, 100 meters. Just a false start there. I think someone jumping the whistle.
And I see somebody there running in a long sleeve shirt. I don't understand what's going on.
In this heat. But then this generation today is a different generation, Mr. Quealy.
I don't understand. I think the standards has very dropped significantly.
Another false start. I think that one was the one seems to be in lane number 1. I think he jumped the whistle there, Graves, as I'm looking.
Relax themselves. It's sad that we don't have a gun this year, though, Mr. Graves.
Definitely, definitely.
And what I don't understand is the reason why we don't.
Well, there's talk about limiting the firearm noise. Here we go. Class 2 boys up and running. This guy is black on the extreme left, battling here and against 2 or 3 others. And I think that guy is, I don't like this thing to be looking back and looking back. I don't like that, Graves. They keep running and looking back as though it's a fun. It is a serious event.
The
very
athlete,
serious.
The athlete dressed in black, clearly he's a good athlete.
Definitely a good athlete, but that is nonsense.
His thinking is in the wrong place. About 15 meters out, you're looking back and
to go 15 meters. Well, I think the coach will have a serious word with him.
You can't trip in the process
and damage others, and you're wearing
don't
spikes.
Forget that they're wearing spikes, as
Exactly.
you've just said, Tabu. You could
Exactly.
injure yourself and injure others. You lose time by looking back, and if you're in a really top competition, you could end up on the losing side when, in fact, you have the capability and capacity for winning.
Of winning. So I don't understand the rational Quealy running and looking back and waiting and like it's bragging rights.
Is that you should never try to disrespect your opponents when you're running.
Exactly.
If you're in a race and you're going to be looking back and looking across at your opponent and trying to cheer them and dare them, it's disrespect.
See, disrespect.
And in sports, we don't need that. What we need is people who have the good attitude.
Well, I know Coach will have. I know Coach Samuel and the PE department will have a serious word with them when we go back to school. In the final analysis, because this is not part of really the progress that we're looking for, because you have to be very serious because it's a very serious event.
Yeah.
You brag after you pass the finish
after
line.
secondary school in reach on what we call hot dog day.
End the race and come and shake your opponent's hand.
Exactly, because we have days where we call hot dog day. The day after sports is when we eat cake and drink drinks and brag and boast about what I did yesterday.
Yep.
And that's where the bragging and boasting should have been rather than on the finishing line.
So we're under the class.
You lose so many seconds looking back.
Yes. Class 2 girls 100 meter dash, we're under that. So the winner of that race.
So here they come, Tabu, they're on the track. Here the class 2 girls come.
Green looks
Who's
strong,
in what
right?
position?
Green looks strong.
Long
Green.
loping strides from Green, and that seems to put her in the lead. Orange is trying to catch up, but that will happen next year or beyond.
Next year.
Tabu.
but I tell you, Graves, she's always been winning for the past 3 or 4 years. She's a very good athlete, and I think if you look back at her progress over the past 3 or 4 years, you will find that her name is always up there, first or second.
Yeah. So the results of that past race, the class 2 boys 100 meter dash, the winner was Desson Allen, Greenhouse. Second place, Persian Israel, Orange House, and third place, Aiden Corbett, Blue House. Race that was just completed a while ago, the class 2 girls 100 meter dash. Winner of that race was Kejonette Jeffers, Greenhouse, Maha Ryan Graham, Red House, and Kinaya Henry, Orange House. Is the third place winner. Well, third place here.
And I think there was a record there some time ago that was held by Lirian Castle, and that's many years ago.
Oh, she was a good athlete.
Yes, and Lirian, she came from the family of Tito. Tito was a very, very strong athlete, and Tito used to train her. So I think we are online for a very good showdown here now, Graves. This race coming up.
So the happy hour
for
is
the class 1 boys 100 meters.
Class 1
This
boys,
is supposed to be
class
here.
1 girls, and then we'll be into
The
what
happy hour.
Gregory Sago will
Would have been here and biting his tongue and licking his lips.
I can tell you, whatever is the record that they're reflecting there, I know the record from back there out of my head. 10.7 is Steve Lowe's record for this race.
10.7.
10.7.
I'm going to prove this if you're right, Mr. Quealy.
That's history going way back. Way back in the 80s, I think.
Class 1, 100 meters?
Yes.
Now, I think it was Ralford Lee.
Those records came in afterwards.
Okay.
11.03. The record for that race when I went to school was 10.7 Stephen Lewis.
That's the brother of Dr. Lewis.
Dr. Lewis, yes.
He actually competed in Olympics, I think, some time back.
Yes.
Here we go, Graves. Class 1 boys, are you going
So
to describe?
class 1 boys are on the track. That person on the inside lane is looking good. It's looking,
I think it's a red.
It's looking red.
But here comes the challenge for the
is
captain. Look at this one. And the finish, Graves.
And it could be red and red, but that's red.
Orange, I think orange had beaten it. I think orange beat that Graves. I'm going to put my money on that one. And the photo finish.
And Tabo, it's really sad and disgusting.
And if Julius gives number 1, is it Julius who's giving the position number 1? So if Julius is giving position number 1, then I think that number 61 has actually edged him out at the finish at that final point of a second.
That guy has not only speed but a lot of power. You could have seen the energy in the run, but it's disgusting, Tabo, to look for a little tag when athletes are really blazing away on the track. And next time around and onwards, I think that the top should be red, green, blue, orange.
The tag on the uniform,
top,
yeah,
the shirt.
Definitely.
So it's easy for commentary, and the possibility of being accurate increases.
So there is what I call a proper race, Graves. Looking back, and bragging rights can come tomorrow.
Yep.
And he's class 1 boy, about to leave school.
Is Stanford Jarrett, Orange House. Second place, Sean Greenaway of Red House.
Alleyway.
Third place, Antonia Gordon.
We're taking revenge for last year.
Taking revenge for last year, Orange House say. Greenhouse didn't get going. So as I said, I think the record they had is 11 point something, but I know for a fact that class 1 boys want him to dash back in my days at MSS.
They have a record here of 11.13 by AJ Lee.
I think those records came back. I think
that was in 2016.
Yeah, it's the son of
And the athletes are on the track
way.
and
Here we
running.
go.
Here they come.
Yes.
Green seems to be in the lead, riding away with power and speed across the line by about 5 meters. In first place is the green, lean, athletic machine. Clearly, you'll feel good about that.
Well, yes, Candice here made off the Carifta tomorrow.
Well, I don't think she's ever been beaten. Not from my knowledge, since I'm teaching her at the secondary school.
And in primary school too.
And primary school, she had a lot of medals. And I think from secondary school, if I'm wrong, Cupid, you can tell me, because I think I've never seen this child being beaten.
Well, Candice, we need you to go to the Carifta Games. Aka is my very good friend. We need you to go to the Carifta Games and do equally as well down there.
And they're actually off tomorrow morning, I think, to Carifta to Grenada.
To Grenada.
And at the same time, let me just say good afternoon to the St. Patrick's Cup Deputy Union, Sanjay Weeks. He's off to Carifta tomorrow morning. So his best time this year so far was 10.8 that he did in Antigua. And I said to him that he has to do at least a 10.5.
10.5.
To get into the finals of Carifta Games.
10.5 has to be. So anything over 10.5, I don't think that he's not going to get in the finals. And he's got the potential to do it also.
He's got the potential to get down there. I remember in my days, you had to be running somewhere close to that time to get into the finals of Carifta. And that was the type of time. So I think that he can do it. The race, folks, is going to be Saturday morning, so keep glued to your phones or your radios or your TVs. Carifta gets underway on Saturday morning in Grenada. And the opening exchanges will be the heats for the boys 100 meter dash. And we'll decide that race in the evening of Saturday also. Yeah, so the heats will be in the morning, semi-finals sometime mid-afternoon.
Do we have anyone in the capacity of Aiden Live ongoing?
No, we just have 2 athletes, I'm told, this year.
2 athletes only?
It's Ken this year. I think Aiden Live is over the age.
Okay.
Top sort at 19 years.
You're not missing any action here. We are getting ready to organize ourselves for the relay.
What we can tell our viewers and the listeners is that the happy hour is about to commence. That's the hottest part of any athletic competition, the 4x100 meter relays. And on this occasion, there'll be 16 runners out on the track, each doing 100 meters. And the 100 meter mean that you're running to your absolute fastest, and with the hope that your team would bring the points in by taking first place or second or third for your respective houses. And the happy hour is about to commence.
So we say good afternoon to the number of cars on the banking. Everyone is sitting in the car. I see ones are up there. So many of I'm looking for that MONTSERRAT flag that we usually see flying up there by Mr. Denzel West, but I don't think I've seen that flag flying at all. I knew he's always on the banking. And there's so many, at least the drone is overhead, Graves, and there's so many people on a ring line, on the fencing line, in the bleachers. you know, it's still in their in whatever capacity, waiting for this kind of hour, this time of any school sports event, the relays. But Graves, I tell you, the technical aspect of the relay, sometimes you are a better team, but can be affected with the baton passing.
Yep.
So that is going to be really critical and crucial in these events coming up, the way you handle yourself while accepting the baton and running off.
Ever so true, and all of that should have been already practiced, because this is the time to show off your skills, your talents, your speed, all athletic abilities on the track. There's a good crowd here looking on. People are watching from United States, from Canada, from Europe, from the rest of the Caribbean and further afield. So you are the persons on show, and you need to put out your very, very best. But quickly, meanwhile, we are waiting on the athletes to take up their various positions for the 4x100s. I touched on it last week, and one of the things I was questioning is what has been done to this park over the last 10, 15 years. Very little has been done. Well, let me state that. And I think it should be part of the program of all persons wishing to be in government to have an upgrade done to this park, because like I've said back then, our park is the shabbiest. We have a good field, a good venue, but it's the shabbiest in terms of facilities and amenities, in terms of accommodation for our spectators, for the sports personalities from the various or different sports. And we need to upgrade and make ourselves look more the part, really.
Yeah, I am of that same view. I think if you look in the country, the Eastern Caribbean, I think we may be the only one that, in terms of athletics, that does not have a proper running track. I know Nevis got one recently. And if you look at the park itself here, I mean, I came back in 2012, and this park has actually retrogressed.
Of course, it has. Look at the state.
Look at the state of the park. I mean, and it's not only embarrassing, it's actually a shame to see how the way that, you know, we have been able to, you know, look after and our sporting facilities and so forth. I think the only good facility we have here, or two, is the basketball thing, and that still has some issues too. And the football, that is maintained in good state. But we have not done much at all in terms of athletics and that kind of thing, and it's a shame.
And we all know FIFA spends money in football.
Yes.
So we cannot compete against what's happening at the football stadium. But in here, this is where everything happens, from carnival to sports to anything. And I think that gone are the days where people are lining up 12 o'clock to come to watch an athletics event. We start 4 o'clock in the afternoon and we go up until in the night.
Yes.
The floodlights.
It's cooler, it's better.
Exactly.
And I think, Queely Tabu, that what should happen is that an overall plan of the park should be drawn up. And, okay, money is scarce, we don't have a lot of it. But you pick on one facility, one bit, building, whatever it is, and you focus on that for whatever number of years and have it done top class, and then you expand gradually until eventually we have the entire park looking the part.
The part it is, yeah.
Befitting.
It's supposed to be, yeah. I think the problem that they have, though, is that we seem in Montserrat not to see sports as a pathway to development and to a career. And if we had that outlook, then our facilities will be in order, because it means we need proper facilities to build the universe, to develop proper sports people.
While we speak, we just want listeners at home and abroad to know that you're not missing any events, you're not missing anything, because they're organizing themselves for the relay competition. For the relay, the happy hour. So that is being taken care of on the other side. So just a little chip chat here happening.
Chit chat, yes. And before I forget, let me say good afternoon to Mr. George Skerritt down there in Grenada, the new director of Lands and House. He actually called me and said to me yesterday, make sure that I organize to send down a Montserrat flag for him. And he said that he's already bought his 3 tickets and he'll be in the stadium tomorrow morning from 10 o'clock to support Sunday Weeks.
And Montserrat.
And Montserrat.
That's right.
So George Skerritt, good afternoon to you, and I'm looking forward to see you on TV, my friend, with your Montserrat flag.
That's our FS?
No, George Skerritt, that's the former Lands purpose here. Yes. Bangers.
Oh, that's right. Well,
George Bangers Skerritt, yes.
I like the colloquial names. I like the local names.
So they're all coming out down there to support Sanjay and Candice here. All Montserratans in Grenada I think will show up to that event, yeah.
Certainly, and we wish them very well. And
remember, folks, Carifta gets on the way on Saturday morning. Friday is the day of arrival on Thursday, and our athletes will be up in action first, sometime around 9 or 10 in the morning in Grenada. So tune in early, and that's when we'll be in action in the heats. Looking forward to Sanjay make it through 10.4. He should win about 10.5. Okay. 10.4, yes.
And once you're in Montserrat, the place to be is the Little Bay playing field nestled in the northwestern corner of Montserrat. That's where all of the action is. It's absolutely free at the gates. The happy hour is about to commence. Come on down. Come quickly, come safely, because all of the action, hot athletic action, Montserrat Secondary School 2024 athletics competition here at the Little Bay playing field.
You know, Roy, Mr. Graves, I call him Mr. Graves because, you're still my senior. And, I don't leave out anything, and anything is always on my mind. So I say good afternoon and congratulations to Victoria. Victoria, because she actually became victrix. What you call it, that thing there in the college Validor? I know what I'm saying. Yes, she studied online, graduated, and she was like what we call a champion girl in the university online course. I listened to it this morning. I was listening actually, and she has a fantastic voice over the radio, Mr. Graves.
Okay.
And has done us proud being in Montserrat, from Montserrat, and has graduated with the top honors at her university. Is it Florida, I think? So I was listening keenly. So don't think I did not hear. So, by the way, you sound very nice on the radio, Victoria.
Very well indeed, and we have produced people of caliber and class in many a field, Tabu.
Definitely.
And congratulations to the young lady.
The young lady, very much so, Graves. Well-deserved, taking Montserrat's name abroad also. So you're not missing any events here. You had before us, Herman Cupid Francis was on, and we'll come back again.
He'll come back, yes.
Very shortly. Any one of us will take a break, he'll be back there, and I think he'll be functioning in the prize giving out ceremony also.
Oh, yes.
In the evening, so you're not missing any time.
And Herman Francis has been an old soldier around sports for a long time.
Many years. Cricket commentary, everything.
Commentary, he's done a lot of stuff for sports.
I'm not too sure if he actually get many medals at school running, but
well, Tabo,
but he's definitely a good
horses for courses.
That's right.
Would have had medals in golf.
In golf, that's for sure.
And Calypso.
And Calypso.
You know one of the medals in Calypso, yes.
Definitely. So
very good Calypso indeed.
I'm still looking for Mr. West on the banking with the Montserrat flag. I don't know what happened. They say good afternoon also to fittest man.
Waving, man.
Yes.
He's up top.
He's up top.
Because I know Mr. West is always here.
Yes.
If I don't see Denzel West,
he is waving. He is waving. It's black pants and blue shirt. Yes.
So and I know stand out here, Graves.
And I know that he will be supporting our athletes on Saturday morning after the games.
Definitely.
Yes.
And that's one of the things with this venue, Tabo and Queely. The shape of the area, it has a stadia sort of effect. So once buildings are well designed and built on
it will be very beautiful. I would call it a bowl. Remember, I would call it a bowl because it's like a down in a bowl.
Yep.
I mean, hills all around you and very picturesque. Remnants of volcanic cones in the distance, and you have clear blue skies with the sea on our western end, and it will be a picture perfect view if we can develop this park in the way it should be developed, Graves.
And before we go on, let me just remind the folks of the point standing so far. Point standing so far as at the end of event number 35, I think.
Yes.
Orange House up front, large and in charge, as Mr. Graves would say, 443 points. Red House, 385 points. Green House. It seems like whenever I hit the park, I tell you all this thing, I don't understand what's going on. 373 points, so Red House is in danger of being surpassed by Green. Whenever Queenie hits the park, things start happening for Green House, And Blue House, 333 points. We have actually distanced ourselves from Green House.
We are asking all the athletes and organizers of the...
You want to smooth the competition, yes.
The relay people organizing, please let us get along because it's going and we need to finish
move the event along, yes.
So we need to get going. We need to be getting going. Just all caution to the house operators and athletes over there who are organizing for the happy hour, please try and get everything organized so we can kick off. I see Orange, I see Mr. White up there trying to get his crew together. So,
and this is where, folks, you should have your house assigned teachers and your house captains in place to, to organize stuff and make sure that the athletes who are actually coming up in these events.
Right. I see Orange House team is going to get to the starting point, so I hope that the other houses can take suit and organize the athletes as soon as possible so we can move on with the happy hour with the relay junior boys. First, I think the record was held by Green in 2018, that of 50.22 seconds. So is there anything that we can expect here this afternoon, Grace?
One of the things I wanted to find out from the school is when they actually adopted these new records, because I know for a fact that we have different records when we were coming up in the MSS in town. And it says it says to me that these records that we have in here are records that were probably adopted or changed. So perhaps we probably lost those records in town and we're actually losing new.
Well, I knew for sure you had the 800 meters record in town.
Yes, it's also.
And I don't think anyone did break my 800 meters record until he came over here. Well, I think Steve Foster did break my record after a certain amount of time.
Okay.
Well, part of the problem was that records were lost due to
the volcanic crisis.
Crisis. So I think the records are as of when
we started over here.
Started over on this side.
No change. Okay.
Yep.
So as it stands, that record of 50.22 seconds by Greenhouse in 2018 is still there, and we look this afternoon to see if the relay junior boys can clip that in any way. But as you said, Graves, because we cannot calculate, we'll never know because there's no gun, that there isn't any guns that are blazing in the distance. So the starters up here and the clock timers and etc. can be.
And one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that the records we have here are hand time records as opposed to election time records. So there's not much reliability on them in the first place.
Helicopter flying overhead towards the Gerald's airport, and we're still awaiting the starting of our junior boys. Please.
Well, Tabo, things work in cycles, you know. For many a year, I used to be here blaring my throat out that Blues never lose. But Blues are in the cellar position.
Cellar position this year around it.
And then Green was winning so often that I had to coin the word, the Green Lean machine, but the machine seems to have broken down today.
Sorry to cut you on, Mr. Quilly, just information passing my way that the athletes, you are being told that you have 1.5 minutes to try to get to the starting line. If you are not there, in 1.5 minutes, you will be disqualified. That is the conversation that has run by the coach itself. So please get yourself together and do not be disqualified. You have 1.5 minutes, 1.5 minutes to get to the starting line. All the athletes and the junior boys, please. So teachers and organizers of the junior boys, can you find yourself at the starting line immediately?
Yes, and we need to move this meeting along. I mean, we have been here for a long time. There's time between the last event and this one.
That's right.
It has been
so
too long.
You can proceed, Graves, with your conversation.
Well,
Sorry to cut you.
Tabo Quilly, part of the problem Cupid pointed out last week at that joint primary school sport is that where the children are located, the athletes are located on that northeastern side
too far.
of the park. They barely could hear the PA system. And he was suggesting that each of the houses
should have a
radio or
hand radio.
something of the sort, whereby they could actually hear the announcement.
But now I see they are organizing themselves, Grace, and they are kind of on their way towards the starting line, which gives us some kind of hope of starting.
Yeah, I accept that, but I think it was poor organization. I think the host leaders and the host captain should have been, from the time that race completed, they should have been on the ball to get their team out.
Right, we have already had Orange House there assembled. Now Blue are coming on red, also followed by another blue crew. But I don't think I've seen any green. Oh yeah, there's always the green that the starting line seems to be Graves. So
green and orange is already starting line.
So we need to get the events going so that we can finish at the appropriate time before it gets dark.
Yeah, but they need to pick up the various positions around the
park. Definitely. So all that is still to be organized while we sit and wait. Let me tell you that the Class 1 girls Class 1 girls, that lady just know, Akai's daughter. I'm coming back to her. So we need to do something to keep these athletes, Graves, in top shape and top order. Coach Scotty alone, I don't think, can do everything. So we are looking at the body of Montserrat, the Montserrat body in general, to really flag behind these athletes, because what I've seen just now here, Graves.
In that regard, Tabo Queely, for example, our runners, none of them ever use a starting block.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Disadvantage when you go to higher levels of athletics.
Yes.
Of competition, yeah.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we have here. I think, but I know the athletes though who are training under Coach Scotty, they do starting box training and so forth, and start training and that kind of thing. So there is no disadvantage for them. The only disadvantage for them is the grass track versus the synthetic track, which they have not been retrained on.
But from young, very young, our athletes need to be using the starting block, so you grow with it. You're accustomed to it.
Accustomed to it, yes.
Very fortunately, I spotted foul in the audience last week. That's what's his name again?
Alfred Lindsay.
Lindsay, and he has promised that when he goes back to the United States, he would try and organize and get down through Scotty 50 or 60 pairs of running shoes for our athletes here in Montserrat.
And while on that, Graves, I would like to say thank you to Angelo Bass, because he's here from London, and I think, if I'm not wrong, he's brought me so many football boots for the young aspiring footballers in Montserrat, which we need more Montserratans to think like that at home and abroad. If you are into cricket, you donate gears. If you're into football, you donate gears. If you're into basketball or lawn tennis or whatever. So we kudos to Angelo Bass for bringing down quite a number of football boots for the youngsters in Montserrat.
That is very highly commendable, and as you say, if more Montserratians could emulate that sort of thing from Angelo has done. And
remember, he was a cricketer and not a footballer.
Right, and Fowl has promised to do, Alfred Lindsay, sending back 50 to 60 pairs of athletics. He said that it's the first time in 20 odd or more years that he's seeing our sports here in Montserrat live, and he's so impressed with what he saw that he's making it his business that when he goes back to the United States, he'll be organizing to get and donate 60 pairs of running shoes.
And what I know of Alfred, I know that he's a man of his word, and I know he will do it. He currently operates screen printing businesses in Florida, and he has never shied from his trade and given back. Remember, in those days, he was a top athlete, one of our finest long-distance runners.
I used to run against him in the Easter Monday relay.
That's right.
Yes.
And anytime you don't get your baton well ahead of him, you get it 20 meters back of him, don't look for him
and
anywhere.
He used to run many laps. He run more than one lap. He would do more than one lap. As we're getting ready for the happy hour, the boys are assembling at the strategic points. Graves, I see some walking up here now to go to point number 1. And entrance number 2 is already being filled. So it's just these lot here to get to the... but they got to move more quick. Hey, good afternoon. Yes.
So yes, the athletes are making their way to their respective starting points, and the happy hour certainly in the process of being commenced. Any minute now, maybe a minute or so, we should have the first of the happy hour 4x100 meter relay being run off here at Little Bay Park for athletic champion of the Montserrat Secondary School 2024. Queely, what's your prognosis?
Well, I have not been here early to see who are the winners in the individual ones. Well, I said the 100, but the 200 and so forth. So assessed team will be made up of those athletes who are, who would have won those races. So I am looking forward to seeing. I will be able to judge from the start which team I think, should have an advantage. But remember, folks, that this is a race run in staggers, eh? So you have to be careful when you're looking at the staggers that who's in front and who's not behind.
And they have to hold their lane.
And they have to hold their lane. So we have to look at who hands over first to see who's actually leading and who's actually behind.
I think the flags are up. Kenton
and very importantly, Queely, the changing of the buttons.
Exactly. Yes. Remember, I was reiterating that before. You can be a good athlete, very fast. You can be the best athlete on the field, but if you do not accept that baton properly,
you have to get the baton around.
Here we go.
Interchange.
Oh, yeah. So we are getting ready. The starters are at the assembling point.
But this is the junior boys, really. The junior boys. And the junior boys are class 1 to...
Oh, no. Ask one of the teachers.
No, sorry. Class
boys.
5 to 4 and 3? The junior boys, I'm not sure which.
Kenton, his white flag is up, and when the white flags are up, they're about to get ready. And I think just a final organization down at the starting line. I see all athletes are at their posts, seem to be ready to go Graves, but probably something...
Is the starting is the issue, yeah. The white flags are... Okay.
That's right.
I am just waiting to see before I give the scores. I see white flags are up at the starting line.
So it seems to be ready. Everyone seems to be ready. The whistle has been blown for the... Here goes the
whistle has been blown, yes.
And here comes the red on the outside lane. This guy on the inside lane at weeks, trying to clip out this.
And it looks to me like Daly. Daly is in front.
I think Daly is in front on the inside.
But there's a bad pass over.
Bad
pass.
South on the eastern side of the track. Here they go.
Seems to be blue.
It looks like blue in number 1, green in number 2, orange in number 3. Change over now, Taboo.
That's a good change, and here we go on the third bend of the race. It seems to be that guy in white in front, if I'm judging wrong, but the man on the inside is the green lean machine. Here comes an orange trying to make some grounds. Final hand over Graves.
And they're on to home stretch, and here they come. Looks like Omarion in red, and sprinting away is going to be Red House number 1.
And green seems to be number 2. Followed by orange.
And
that was a tight race there.
Omarion Monroe, he is an athlete, Taboo.
Definitely.
With class and style too.
And stamina, Graves, arms pumping. That was a good race, Graves. And I would have really loved to see if that record was going to be clipped. But we cannot ascertain that because there's no gunfire, Graves, and I don't like that. But anyway,
it's
a champion. It's a Louis' son, it seems like.
Yes. It's an absolute shame because runners did their training and now they come off to show off all they have. And if they broke records, who knows? Nobody can. All because of a stupid decision to use a whistle in place of the gun.
Yeah, a lot of the damage on that race will be done in the opening rounds. The guy... Daly, I think.
Inside lane, Roston Daly.
Roston Daly ran a very good opening in leg there.
Definitely.
There was some issues with the handover to the second runner, but they sorted themselves out very well. There was an issue with the greenhouse runner on the third leg in that he changed the buttons from one hand to the other hand to handover.
Exactly.
But in doing that, he actually slowed down, which allowed the orange runner to get in front of him, and which had to, and the final leg runner had to do a lot of work to pass by the orange runner. But by and large, I think the first exchanges for that relay, Daly is the one who actually did damage, which caused the boss team to win.
Definitely.
And the anchorman, Taboo, Omarion Monroe, he had power, speed, class, athleticism, everything required to anchor the race for Red House, and Red House ramps through in fine style through the auspices of Omarion and
Monroe.
But if you pedal back in time and you go back a few years, you will know that this guy Monroe was a champion at primary school level.
I think I heard the name being called at one of the primary schools. Yes,
primary school level.
And I told Atisha Lewis, his mom, that hey, I wish that this little guy can come in Orange House.
So
he never went to Orange House.
So I think
because I knew he was a power pack in primary school sports.
Yep. Yeah. So I think it's the Red House team that won.
Yes.
And then
but just as quickly, the start was excellent.
Yes.
Definitely.
And the follows through.
Red House team, can somebody screw a little bit?
Getting ready for
the Red House team with Daly on the start, Torrell Estradi on second leg, Rashad Tucker and Monroe on the final leg. They would have won the race. In the Greenhouse team would have been second. Theon Weeks would have started that race. Ethan Richards, Mario Greenaway, and Joshua Allen would have been the Greenhouse team. And in the Red House and the Orange House team, which came to Diego Benjamin, Tahari Ryan, Jason Smith, and Kejon Galloway would have been with the team there.
We are trying to organize ourselves
so
for the
junior. Hour is well and truly done. If you're not
really
here,
on, yes.
If you're not here,
point standing
to be here. It is the MONTSERRAT Secondary School 2024 Athletics Competition. And it is the happy hour, the 4x100 meter relay, when 16 athletes are on track for each event. And it is going to be hot, real hot.
Point standing. Orange House out front, 445 points. Not sure if the points have been updated as yet. Red House, 395 points. Green House, 379 points. Blue House, 336 points is the point standing at this point in time. Orange House large, and as Mr. Graves will say, in charge. And they're having their way at this sports day. But next year would be a different time.
And the girls as they speak, the girls as they speak, they're trying to break a record of 37.3 seconds that was made by Red House in 2016, because remember we're on this side of the coin now. So that record 2016 it still stands, and as we're organizing the junior girls here, event number 37, the relay junior girls, they're assembling at the different...
They're taking their respective positions, yes.
Definitely. So
on their staggers that they, and the lane assignments. Remember, folks, that this is a staggered race, so you have to look at the lanes and the handovers to see who's in front. There will be some correction on the third leg when they reach the top level, that you'll be able to judge to see who's in front and who's handoff, even though there's a stagger still on the final day.
And it's a race that you cannot predict from this vantage point, because we cannot see on the inside of the lanes, and normally it looks like they're behind, but actually they're probably
in front, based on the stagger. And it is a race also that they have to get in the baton around. If they drop the baton or if they have a bad exchange someplace, that could throw the race. So as fast as you are, you have to get the baton around.
You cannot shift out of lane.
No, you have to stay in lane.
Well, in terms of positioning, I think what has to be looked for is the handover.
Yes.
Who hands over first, it means they are in front.
Definitely. I remember when we were at secondary school in our time, we always craved that inside lane, thinking that the inside lane would make you come first, but then you have people like Steve Lewis and Carl Markham and quite biased on the other lane, so you on the inside lane still suffer.
This is one of the particular races, my friends and my good folks, where I have to shift for this race and support Orange House as opposed to Green House. For this race and a few others where the name pretty really configures. So in this particular race, folks, I will be supporting Orange House as opposed to my custom Green House, but I will go back to Green House for the next race.
Why are you supporting Orange House?
Because the name pretty really configures in this race and she's in Orange House.
And who's she?
We're getting ready, flags are up.
Pass the Christine Pitney first.
Signal is made, Graves.
So we are about to start.
Here they go. First leg, Orange House seems to be busting up the track here.
And it's Orange House in the form of Moraine. Alexia Moraine with the lead for Orange House. Looks like she's in the lead, yes. The distance, she's making up the stagger. Hands over to Patricia Queenie now, who takes the baton and up on the back straight. And Orange House, Patricia Queenie steps away. Stepping away in style, people. Look at the distance here between the Orange House and the other team. Stepping away in style reminds me of myself when I was younger. God, it's Patricia Queenie, and it's over for this race.
Yeah, good changeover. So they're on their way up to the final bend of the lane.
Before this race is over before it even started.
Comes Orange House, like a bullet, followed by another Orange House on the outside. Graves. On the inside is the Green House trying to capture an Orange House on the outside. And as they come to the final handover, seems to be.
Yes, Orange House needs to get going.
Orange is long
and in charge. Going to be challenged here. Going to be challenged. I think Orange would have made a push it, Orange.
Running
Orange first and second.
Yes.
Definitely, and being congratulated by one of our Orange House runners, Miss Fergus there. So that was a very good race, Graves. I'm not too sure if the record has been clipped because you know
I doubt it. But I would say this, and I would say this publicly. The Orange House team needs to look at their organizational setup, because that last runner did not come up this stretch in what I thought that you should have come up.
I think it was such a lead.
Yeah, so it makes me think that they should have probably reorganized one of their runners. But
that's what happened us last year, because remember last year we did not organize the relay in that manner.
In that manner, yes.
And Orange House suffered last year.
Yes, because of that, yeah.
Because of that same issue that you're talking about.
Yeah. So that is something the Orange House workers at the Orange House handlers need to look at the positioning of their runners. They need to have somebody who, in a tight spot, will put it out for them on the final leg.
Definitely this time he's our coach. That's our physiotherapist, Mr. Kenton Weeks, has finally
Peter
put a plug
Queely,
in
you need to update our viewers and listeners on
the points, folks.
Because last year, you and company stole a match on Orange House, winning in the final event. Let us know what the points are.
Well, you know, whenever I step my foot in this park here, and when it is Sturge Park or Little Bit Park or wherever park you have it, once Peter Queely is in this park, it's going to be a greenhouse festival. But at this point in time, Orange House out in front with 461 points. They're in the lead. As Mr. Graves said, they will be large and in charge, and in fact they are. Red House, 395 points, are in second place. Greenhouse, well, Greenhouse is quick. It's putting a move now on.
Okay.
They're 381 points, and Blue House, they're bringing up the cellar. Well, Blue hasn't changed for the past 2 races. They're 323 points.
I've been told by one of our starters, Mr. Queely, that whenever we see the white flags go up, we should
stop and break.
Exactly, because
yes, but
it's giving a terrible feedback.
On the other side.
On the other side of town.
So the runners actually, this senior boys 400 meters dash. Yes.
Last year you tried a thing and it worked.
It did. But
Tom went home hanging his head.
Cry now, I cried.
And Yellow House were already celebrating long before the end of the meeting.
And the reason why I was in tears, remember, I grabbed that ball so much. And I was so happy, I actually bet a man $100 that Orange House cannot lose.
And they did.
And I stopped in my...
Well, I'm not going to do any actual science this time around, because Greenhouse doesn't seem to be in any shape, form, or fashion to do anything at all.
Really, and Tabu, put all the houses together. It is mathematically impossible for any other house to win this meet. Orange House coming for revenge after what they suffered last year, and they decided that it can never happen this year. And Mr. Queely, Mr. Jubri, they are absolutely large and in charge.
Definitely.
Yes,
definitely.
they are.
So we are getting ready for the boys, senior boys.
Senior boys.
Final showdown. This
4x100 meter dash senior boys.
Definitely.
This is where the big boys talk, and this is where the bragging rights would would signal tomorrow when all is said and done, as to who beat who and who left who and who.
Reminiscing on today's event.
Today's events, yes.
And trend and momentum is a very important thing in sports, and the momentum has been going one way, orange way, and it is unlikely that it would shift in any other direction, Tabu.
White flags up at the start.
All pumped up.
White flags on the second leg, white flags on the third leg. The runners are in the lanes. They're getting ready to go. On the starters orders right now. Get going.
Here they go. Off there, 100 meters boys, seniors boys, bending ahead. It seems to be that Orange House in front, tilting back first.
And Blue House seems to have made up is coming to this stagger. So I'm giving Blue House the edge at the first change. Blue House, yes, they have the edge at the first change. Orange House, but the inside lane again, folks. Look at that Blue House, because they had the inside, they would have the edge still.
Look at that.
Yes.
Finish going up there on the outside. Orange
it's not a photo finish here, but it's a Blue House.
Changeover also.
Yes.
Tight race coming up here, Graves on the final bend. That's yours, Roy Graves. Woo! And here comes. It seems to be he said green or red. Orange House right there. It seems so hard to see them Graves from that distance. The final turn over.
Orange and green coming on to home stretch. Who would it be? Green or orange? It looks like the green.
Wow. Stop. He needs to stop. He needs to actually stop running.
Since it's blue, red.
Yes, he needs to actually stop. Yes. Yes, that was a good race. One of the things that happened this race is one of the runners pull up, and what that runner should have done is that they should have gone down to relax the foot as opposed to try to run to the end of the race.
And hobble along.
Yes, and hobble along here. To continue the race and you're injured means that you're going to just further injure yourself. So you should have just stopped and actually go down on the ground, stretch out the legs, and allow the physiotherapist to come and do the work.
It's all a learning process.
It's all a learning process, yes.
But that was a good race, Graves. Looking back in hindsight, I think the changeovers were okay at all staggers.
Yes.
And I think at the final bend up there, that's where the house took away from everyone.
Yes.
That changeover was
right. Yes. Yes. There was a good. The opening second leg was very, very good. That house on the inner lane, even though they looked like they were slightly behind, they were in fact in front because they were actually in the inner lane.
In the inner lane.
It's where the change what happened on the second leg is where the difference was made there.
That's it.
And then we did see the one getting injured there on the last one, which took them out of the race completely. But these things do happen in sports, my friends. We do have injuries in sports, and we need to, it just shows you that our runners need to be fit and they need to be well. Kept well, watered and so forth, and make sure that they drink a lot of water and so forth. For these days when they have to run multiple races, it could take a toll on the muscles. It could take a toll on the bodies.
It's also dedication through the year.
Yes.
Because you can expect to come to the park and run everything and give it your all on the last day without being involved in it throughout the year.
Exactly. You have to be physically fit.
You have to be physically fit, and you have to be doing it throughout the year.
Yes.
And I think today, if they can only understand that sports can make them, you can see the world for free, travel the world for free, see the world for free, live comfortable for free by being an athlete or a cricketer or a footballer, anything in sports.
Well, Tabo, you say that they can see the world for free and make plenty money.
Money for free too.
And one of the things
money's in sports.
One of the things in athletics training that being a former person myself who was in it, is what you call endurance training. And endurance training gives you the ability now to be able to run multiple events on the same day, but by just having a possibly 5 to 6 minutes recovery period in between. So if you have been doing proper endurance work during the year, you should be able to handle a few races on the sports day, and with a good level of recovery in between. In between, yes.
That's right.
So in effect, what you're saying is that parents are encouraged to let their children be a part of the track alliance.
Throughout the year.
Yes, throughout the year, yes.
And pay special attention to the food they eat also.
Exactly.
The diet, the way they go about feeding and looking after themselves.
Yeah.
That's very important.
Yes. Two aspects. You have the endurance training, which is the distance and to keep you fit. Then you have the speed endurance training, which allows you to keep your speed for a long length of time. Those two needs to have and recover. Yes.
That's right. So we are getting ready for which event, Roy?
Girls senior.
The girls senior 400 meters relay, happy hour, and the girls are organizing themselves all. I think they're getting ready. Some of them are migrating towards the starting point. Graves?
Yes, they have been sent to their respective staggers in their respective lanes, and they will have to take up those posts, along with the fact that the persons who are the marshals for those park will have to ensure that they do stand where they're supposed to stand, and there is supposed to be a 10 meters changeover zone, which means if you go beyond the outer 10 meters, you will disqualify if you hand over beyond that.
Beyond that,
will run beyond that point.
Because I know from competing in the past that you cannot run a certain distance forward before accepting the baton.
Exactly.
The baton has to be in your hand before you reach that.
Exactly. In the international tracks, which are 400 meters, it allows the person who runs in second on the backstretch to run at least 110 meters. And if you realize the Jamaica team normally puts one of the best ones on that. If you realize the last relay, they actually put Sheriff was the price to run that backstretch.
That's right.
But it allows you to get 110 meters out of that runner on that backstretch.
Sure. You want to call it? You finish eating it? You have more for later?
So the athletes are preparing to their respective positions on the track for the senior girls 4x100 meter relay, and it promises to be very good, very exacting.
Very good,
very
indeed.
Challenging.
Red flags are up, but we're still allowing the marshals to do their positioning. We're looking at the class 1 senior girls 4x100 meter dash. 4x100 meter relay. So it's a happy hour, we're well into it. And we're looking at white flags up at the starting point, white flags up at the fourth and final stagger there. I cannot see the area here because I've been blocked, but white flags up by Mr. Here. And
here we go. Off their senior girls, pumping knees, that lady up in the white, followed by an orange house. The bend here just to change over, and I think it's going to be like a...
Looks like an orange house lead, yes. Looks like an orange house lead.
Queely?
It looks to be like orange house would have handed over first to me, but I'm not certain on this one. We will see the correction as it up in the back end, and it looks to me that, well, they see they're not properly tapped, so we can see them here.
Exactly same.
But looks like greenhouse.
Greenhouse seems to be in front now.
Yes.
Followed by an orange house as they come towards their final bend for the final changeover. And there's a crash here between two A green and orange, and the back of red and green seems to be final change.
The
Here comes the
lean
leader.
athletic machine sprinting down the track, looking impressive.
And that's the lady for tomorrow.
She will be representing Montserrat, and we can see why. She has finished the race 50 meters.
50 meters.
Green, lean,
followed by red, followed by an orange finally.
Long way back.
But Graves, it seems like the race had stopped for a long time. That's what I call, I don't want to say advantage, but...
This young lady has strength, stamina, class. Her athleticism is really good. Her posture whilst running, she has it all. And endurance for sure, which you mentioned earlier, Queely, because she has run at least half a dozen races for the day.
Yeah, she's strong. She's a strong lady. She's been doing it from primary school days, Graves.
Yes.
So it becomes like hot bread and butter to her because she's been properly trained by Coach Scotland. Every afternoon she's there. So what can you expect from someone who's properly trained?
Yes. One of the things, though, that I think...
They say also, Queely, that at school, I know Coach Samuel works hard with them.
Yeah. One of the things that I think that Coach Scotland will have to do eventually, though, with these athletes, is to focus them on one or two events to ensure that they are properly trained towards those two events. If you look at Candice Emile running just a while ago, and you look at her form and her upright stance, it tells you that perhaps a 240 meter race would be the better race for her.
Exactly.
She will have a difficulty in getting up and running with that height in the 100 meter. You're not a Usain Bolt that has that sort of class.
I think so.
But if you look at her stride pattern and you look at her
keeps
form,
building.
Yes, a better race for her would be a 200 meter dash.
Definitely.
But as they get older, you have to focus them and to get them, focus on the race that they think that they're better at. Someone like Sanjay Weeks, who's a bit shorter and who gets out of the blocks very quickly.
That's right.
Would be someone that you have to keep at the 100 dash, maximum to 200. Would not be able to handle the 40 meter dash.
No, that's the fact. And if you look at what you were saying just now,
Yes.
that mead, she keeps building. Even 75 meters on, almost at the finish line, you can see she's not tired. She's building actually. So
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised though if at Carifta Coach Scotland to just have a run, to have a more full focus. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened.
And it wouldn't do any harm.
No,
to that.
It would be better for her actually, because then she will save a much of strength and energy to put in that one race. Which happens, yes.
And because also for the 200 meters, you need someone who's got the strength and stamina.
Yes.
Someone that can keep progressing and keep building as they keep getting faster, they keep building.
Exactly.
And she definitely has the strength and
stamina.
The shape.
Yeah.
And Tabu, I think that we need to shout up teacher Maureen Buffon wherever she is. For many a year, she has shouldered the responsibility of organizing the MSS Sports Meet for very many a year, as I've just said.
And I know she's listening.
Shout out to you, teacher Maureen. Things are running quite smoothly here, and we certainly miss your presence.
Yes, so just quickly back the results of the senior boys 4x100 meter dash. Blue House would have won that race. Second place would have been Red House. Third place would have been Green House. And the results of the 4x100 meters senior girls race, Green House would have won that race. Second would have been Red House, and third would have been Orange House. Point standing, everybody's focused on that. Orange House, large and in charge, as they say. 463 points, my friends. 463 points. Red House.
I'm not even commenting.
Red House, 407 points, my friends. 407 points. Green House, as much as it pains me to say this, 393 points, Green House. And Blue House, 340 points. So there's a matter, I think for Green now, I think the reality should be to get themselves in front of Red House, and they need a possible, let us say 14 points to do that. That should be the objective at this point in time, to at least come out second. Give Orange House their flowers this time around, and let us start to build from tomorrow for next year.
Give the flowers. We have the flowers, Mr. Queely. Mr. Queely saying give the flowers.
Give them their flowers now, and let us start to build from tomorrow morning.
Please, we have the flowers.
We have the flowers already.
Not about giving. I think they have taken it.
We have taken the flowers.
Leading currently by 56 points 56 points. And 2 events to go.
2 hours to go, yes.
Totally impossible that they could lose it.
Yes, for people like me and Lester Ryan, who I think hardcore greenhouse people, it hurts. So when you look and see what happens, what happens here. But it is what it is.
You're not missing anything.
We're not so losers.
we are getting ready for the mixed juniors. So, Mr. Cupid, what do you? Father's race and mother's race will be held shortly. So we are asking. I know Debbie and Clark always. The old boys, also the old girls, and a mixture teachers and students, I think, coming up also. I'm not too sure who's going to participate in for Orange House, but
so you have mixed juniors. I guess you have mixed juniors, which is boys and girls,
yeah,
and mixed seniors, which is boys and girls.
So
you're looking at it,
race,
yes,
and then followed by the mother's race, and the mixed juniors and senior relay.
So you're looking at the better 2 junior females and the better 2 senior females in
and
this
then
race.
we still have the past students coming
Past
up,
students,
where
yes.
we look at people like, I don't know if Sanjay must be running, I don't know if he's going to
I think he may do something there, I'm not sure.
We're not
sure.
He's not want to get injured,
No.
because sometimes these things you can have a final injury.
Yes.
So if he doesn't run, then we just say kudos to him and we'll see him.
I look forward to seeing him on Saturday morning.
But I know people like DeVito and a few others that they are in the compound, and I think Julius used to run before.
Yes.
Julius, that's Julius from St. Peter's. I'm not calling any name.
Yeah.
he used to be there.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus, you know. So we have quite a good amount of athletes in the park I've seen around here somewhere.
Yeah. Remember, folks, that our character team leaves in the morning. They head out to Grenada in the morning, accompanied by Coach Scotland. They're going to Grenada. They will be met down there by the Honorable George Skerritt, who is already down there with his monster flag and his tickets ready to get into the park on Saturday morning. Sanjay Weeks, I think, will run the 100 and 200. And Ken DCM, I think, is listed to run in the 1-200. I think that's the race that
I'd like to see her in the 200.
But I'd like to see her in the
200 meters race, because I think she's strong, has a stamina, and she keeps building and gets faster and stronger as she goes along. So 200 meters race for Miss Mead won't be a bad idea. I wonder if Coach Scott is listening.
In terms of Sanjay Weeks, though, I know he ran at 10.8 early up in the year in Antigua in one of the development meets. He was at the World Athletics Games in Scotland earlier, where he ran the 60 meter. I think he ran at 10, was 7 point something seconds there. So he should be in good shape, and we're looking forward to see him at least. And my instructions to him was to get down to at least 10.5. That should get you into the finals, and then we can see what happens into the finals. Remember, if you look at champs in the Jamaica Championships, the winning time there was 10.31 seconds
10.31
by this guy, Demore Miller, I think, who won that race. But he is not going to be in the character games. I think his age is slightly above that. Right. So I think we should see the guy who plays second and some of the guys also to be the Jamaican reps in that game. But we look at Jamaica as being the pinnacle then, and then the judge was there someday. So Sanjay is not that far off.
He's not that
being at 10.8 so early in the year. So we should see him getting on to at least a 10.5.
So the athletes are gathered down at the starting point. So we are urging all athletes to kind of make their way to the starting line so we can proceed with the mixed juniors. That's event number 40, Grace?
Yes, event number 40, mixed juniors. Mixed juniors.
All junior athletes that are going to be taking part in this race to assemble at the starting line. We have some there already. So, coach, I remember the coach said you have 1.5 minutes to get yourself there or you will be disqualified. So, let's roll it. And good afternoon to everyone who's just coming in the park to see the final of the MONTSERRAT Secondary School annual sports event. Cameras are ready. Mr. Graves.
It promises to be hot taboo, as is usually the case for any 4x100 meter relay.
That's right.
Orange House naturally, obviously, came out to trample taboo.
Well, I think the Mighty Arrow sang the song, we're coming down to trample, so it's nothing new. We're coming down to trample them. So, as usual, we are aired live by ZJB Radio, and Mr. Fittisman right there has everything under control. So kudos to Fittisman. He comes out every year. One of our champion athletes from the past, one of our long distance runners who have made history here in Montserrat, James Fittisman.
I think Fittesman would have probably been one of the only guys who would have competed in most of, if not all, of the Easter Monday Mason. He was in one for a long time.
All of them.
Very long time.
And
Yes.
still is,
Very long time.
running.
And still is, yes.
Still is running. And I think he's has graduated to a farmer now, into be a farmer. He's cultivating also, so Fittesman is very fit in general.
In general, yes.
Well, Tabo, I've participated in 5 round the island.
5 round the islands.
I was fortunate to get a bronze medal and a silver medal, never the gold.
Well, I was fortunate to win the trophy for St. John's that year with Bowler and me and Tito and all of our guys. It was stated that Bowler actually flew from hospital to Bottomless Gut. Because no one seen him. No one saw Bowler. And they even claimed that he went through shortcut.
I was about to say that, Tabo.
So we're getting ready for the mixed juniors.
Mixed juniors, yes.
Here as we get lined up. I see one of our champion masqueraders in the crowd here from Canada. We call him Boston Crab. I don't know if you remember that name. He was a masquerade of renown for many, many years from Corkill. That's him right there. In that dark shades and a black cap with a bee on it. Boston from Corkill. That's right. He was one of the masquerades. You're not missing any action here because the athletes are already down at the starting line getting ready for the mixed juniors. And no flag is up as yet, so that means...
And the winners have not even been assigned to the respective status.
So we need to get the athletes together as quick as possible so we can move on with this event number 40.
But okay, we can use the time. Quickly, what are some of the things we could possibly do to improve these competitions?
Well, one of the things which I would want to see though is more effort being put in by the government in terms of facilities here. If you realize we are not seeing anything in terms of high jump, in terms of long jump, we know that it's happening in terms of the shot put, the javelin and so forth. We are not seeing those events being pushed even. I don't know if they've been pushed at the before this sports day.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing them coming up.
Had shot put essential at school. Those events were based on school.
Yeah, we need to see a bit more money being pumped in to the whole sports. I'm not speaking just in general for these games, athletics, across the board, but in respect of these games, we need to see funds we put in. We need to get ourselves a professional track. It makes no sense that you have athletes going over to run in Kaifta and other regional games and they're training on grass and so forth, and when they have to go, they have to make the adjustment and so forth. They have to have the necessary facilities in place. We need to have a track in place and the respective electric timing, set up so that the athletes know exactly where they are. Make no mistake now, we have good coaches here. Coach Scotland is one of the best in the region, but you can be as good as you are if you don't have the facilities and you don't have the money behind you to take you where you are. You won't get any place, and that is what you see that countries like Jamaica, even St. Kitts and Nevis and so forth, Bahamas and so forth, Grenada and so forth, has that level of organization that money is being pumped in and they produce the athletes, Dick James and so forth, Grenada, St. Kitts, Kim Collins and so forth, yes.
I was just going to ask if you have been to the James Stadium in
Yes, I've been there. I was recently in Grenada up to last year.
Most beautiful.
So, yes.
Most beautiful.
And one of the things Cupid raised last week or the one before is that why should the athletes who are the stars of the show be pushed into a corner on the far northeastern side when they can't have a clue as to how they're doing on the finish line? That there should be somewhere south of us here, facilities be built there.
White flags are up in some ways, but I would address that issue for you, Mr. Graves, in a bit from my perspective. But white flags are here up at the starters area. Third leg and second leg has white flags up now. And so we are about to start the 4x1 mixed juniors, which is the boys and girls range. And you have the boys and girls push it off. So you see Orange House, you see, wow.
So the releasing process, Orange House in front, and seems to be two Orange House in front race, as they bend that on the eastern side, heading around here to finally deliver the final last changeover is Orange followed by Orange, and here comes the blue pump in the distance. Good change over there, and it seems to be Orange House all the way, Graves.
Yes.
as they come for the final bend, come into the final bend, took the final change over, and I think it's orange and orange, followed by seems a bustle between green and orange and red. Then here the final change over Graves.
It's been the case all day. Orange, 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 large, and completely in charge. It's orange number 1,
followed by green,
green number 2, and orange number 3. But orange taboo have done it again.
Large and in charge here, Graves, and a very good race run here by the mixed
Juniors.
Yeah, really, your take on that race?
Very good race. I think the Orange House, you know, they came out in that race to stamp the dominance, and they did stamp the dominance in that race. And unfortunately, the other houses were not just up to par in that particular race. But they have the better runners, both for the juniors and both on the male and female side.
Definitely.
So Orange House would indeed have stretched the lead, a little bit. So Orange House, taking that one. Graves, back to the point that you made though. One of the things that you have in those international meets, even the regional meets, you have almost like 2 tracks side by side. So what you have is the athletes who are warming up, getting ready for the races on another track, and the running going on a main track where you have the viewing and so on and completely. So I am not too worried about the athletes being a distance from the actual heat of the event, because actually if you remember, there was an incident last year in one of the World Games.
Hold on. One stick up in Mr. Quealy, because they're announcing that the mixed seniors, please find yourself, organize yourself and get yourself there. So I've been told by the radio personalities that we need to move on in order to finish in a certain time. So we as announcers, we need to call on the race and make sure that they are listening and adhering to our call and answering, so that we can move on with the program. So please, those that are
in the mixed
seniors, please assemble to your various staggers so we can move on before the dark catch us here.
I think they are assembled at the starting and then they will move them across.
It's important that we finish before news time.
Exactly.
So that ZJB could have the results to be broadcast.
Before.
In the sports program. Yes.
So calling all athletes who are going to compete with the mixed seniors, and also the fathers race, and also the mixed juniors and seniors relay. Also followed by the past students of the MONTSERRAT Secondary School, the past athletes. Please gather yourself together and get yourself together. The mixed fathers and students relay coming up also. So please kind of assemble yourself and get ready for those events. So ZGB can stick to his time of broadcasting. If we are late here, ZGB's news will be late also, and it will offer a domino effect on the radio, the programs that are scheduled to be held at ZGB. So if we can get all athletes at the various staggers right away,
it will be better.
That would be much better. So
and those persons who are going to take place in the father's race and the mother's race should be at this point in time getting themselves organized to take the starting line just after these races are finished.
Conversation.
And then you have also the past students, the past males, the past females, and the mixed teachers and students really that will take place also sometime right after these races that are going on right now. So we have the mixed seniors, and then there is also a mixed seniors and juniors, which is the better athletes in both ends. The athletes are now being sent to the respective staggers, and you would see the Orange House, Green House. So some teams have 2, some houses have 2 teams, some have 1. I think Green House have 2 teams, Orange House have 1 team. I'm seeing there. Red House have 2 teams, Blue House have 1 team.
Well, and last year, Green House put Orange House to shame. They had to hang their heads, and when they were out of the park, when it was all done and dusted, this year, Taboo, they came out to trample, and trampling is what they have been doing all day long. So much so that they brought you out from way up in the hills, down to the park, and onto the bike, knowing that you're in a position where you're impregnable, unbeatable.
Well, in terms of point standing, though, you have Orange House again, folks, out front, large and in charge. As Mr. Gill said, 475 points. Red House, 407 points. Green House, 399 points. Blue House, 343 points. So, in terms of Green House, I think the target for them is to see if they could overtake Red House as far as getting into second place. But Orange House presents a bit of a challenge for them. The marshals are now organizing them at the staggers. Red flags are up by Kenton Weeks at the second stagger so far. Changed to green to white flag at this point in time. White flag on the third stagger and white flag at the start, which governs the first stagger and the fourth and final race Saturday.
And so they're at the ready.
Off they go for this mixed race, and here comes Blue House, large in charge in front, followed by, I don't know what house is that, but there's on the corner is a real jump of Brian. Passing over, let me see the pass over. And it's properly done. Here comes the Blue, seems to be ahead of the pack here, Graves. As the head goes up and on the outside, it is Banger on the second. Here comes a red passing that Blue Graves, and it's a beautiful race.
Beautiful run by the Red House person on that second leg. Beautiful run. That's a beautiful run by the Red House person on that second leg.
And here they come down. Here comes that greenhouse for that. Is it Mead taking over again from that Red House in large and in charge as they come down to the final bend, and that's where Graves is going to come.
And that is where Greenhouse would have made the change.
The track, here comes
yes.
Here they come. Here they come on the final leg. It's somebody in black running for what house I don't know.
I think it's Greenhouse because I saw Candice hand over the thing to him. And that is the problem I have with the finishing lane. You have at least looking at each other before they look in front, and you have that event which would have cost probably Greenhouse to take a third place there because they were looking across.
Looking back and looking across.
And it's actually the same athlete doing it, number 46, and looking all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
Well, I dare say that tomorrow at school they'll be bragging and questioning one another.
I think his teammates will give him a rough time.
Definitely.
Because he actually would have cost them.
Yeah, but this well-run race, and I think Leicester is smiling, so Leicester feels good about what a chance.
Leicester is the Greenhouse win.
Beast mode.
Greenhouse, Desson Allen, Ethan Richards. Yes.
So we are asking all the athletes now for the which races are coming up, Mr. Quealy?
The
past students. It seems to be past students race coming up.
Father's race, mother's race. So Greenhouse with Candace Mead, Kijon Jeffers, Jem C.D.V. Laurent, Desson Allen would have won that race. And that would, Red House would have come second in that race. And I am not certain, I'm looking to see who the third place finishes would be. I know Green had some trouble on that thing. They were in it, but I'm not certain if they made it into third because there was the fact that they were looking across in some respect. Yes.
So we're down to event number.
So again, yes, I think it's Orange House now, Stanford Jarrett and so forth that would have placed third because of the Greenhouse would have really made a blunder there in terms of looking across in that race.
Every time. And that same athlete has been doing the same thing, and that's why he's losing grounds all afternoon. But I think we are awaiting the father's race and the mixed juniors and the seniors relay coming up also. So if the athletes can get to the starting.
Yeah, but I think after the father's race, they're probably going to give the athletes a break in between them. So the father's race and the mother's race are not for points, folks. They are not for points. And the other races, though, the one to follow the mixed junior and senior would be for points. As it stands right now, Greenhouse, Red House, Orange House, 477 points. So they are largely in charge. Red House, 413 points. Greenhouse, 407 points. So that's 4 points, my friends, separates Greenhouse and Red House. Blue House, 409. So yes, so it's 4 points that separates them. And Blue House, 342 points. So Blue House is in the cellar, and we are looking at 4 points difference between green and red, which is what the target is for green at this event, is to actually put themselves in second place. And then we start to build from day one tomorrow.
I was waiting to see if you start to build from today. But luckily you said you start to build from next year.
Yeah, I've given them this evening off.
Okay.
For them to cry and so forth, and then they recover again.
You remember we have prize giving ceremony continuing after, so where the athletes will collect all their champion gold medals and silver and bronze medals in front of the entire looking populace. And we dare say you're not missing anything here. We're organizing for the next event, which I think should have
father's
really
race,
yeah.
And the mother's race. I remember these race posts are not for points. But just to continue with the point I was making with Graves, that I'm not too worried about the distance that they are, because truth in fact, in those bigger races, they're not even on the park, they're in a separate area, completely warming up. I think the issue is the communication, and we need to actually have a better way of those persons on the far side hearing what's going on this side here. So we need to have actually really systems over there that they can hear. Exactly. But when you go to Grenada, you will realize that the warm-up track is actually a separate facility from where the actual running takes place. And in some instances, you'll be either bussed or you have those caddy cars which takes you across. And you remember there was an accident last year in one of the major games with the caddy cars, and they had to actually put back the race because one of the athletes, I think is the Jamaican hurdler, who got injured when he was actually being further across.
The relay that you see just completed, the mixed seniors, there was a record of 51.44 seconds that was held by Orange House in 2016.
The mixed relay?
For the mixed relay seniors. And also for the mixed relay juniors, the record was of 52.90 Orange House in 2016 also. So you see what Orange House has been doing over the years, building and building and building.
Yes.
I just tried to your reference, and the senior girls, also the record was 56.42 by Orange House in 2016 also again. And at that of the senior boys, that was held by Greenhouse in 2019 and 2022 for the relays. So we have...
what was the senior boys relay record?
The senior boys relay record was 48.43.
It's not a bad time really, in terms of really, because the 400-meter dash, the runners are now running it at around 43 and 44 seconds.
So we are admonishing and we ask fathers and mothers race. We are about to kick off on that. So those of you interested, I see 1 or 2 people gathering at the starting line. But the fathers and mothers race, and then teachers relay, I think coming up. Teacher-student relay coming up. I'm not too sure who's going to represent Orange House, really. I'm not too sure.
They're hoping to win that.
But we hope to win that, as we see the tables and chairs are being assembled for the prize-giving ceremony. So we seem to be winding down here, Graves.
I see the brother there of Candice Mead, I think.
Is it Sam? He was a very good athlete.
Yeah, I know he would have been in Jamaica also, but he did some training.
That's right.
And so forth.
Also, we see warming up. Is it Sandra? I'm not too sure if Scotty is going to let him run, but
I don't think that's going to be risk him.
That's
to this close. So
and we usually have the Russ from Lookout.
Yes.
That's cool.
I wouldn't have risked Candice Mead also, but it is her sports day, so I guess that they would have to put it in.
It's a final sports day also, so I think she wants to give her the glory. Really.
But if it were me who had the decision, I wouldn't have risked her.
Exactly, because this is the time the accidents do happen.
Yeah, and you're running on a grass track also. That's very uneven and uneven bounce and so forth. Yeah. So I wouldn't have risked her, but I guess the handlers are different, and so we have to do it. She does have at least a day or two to recover though.
That's right.
Because as I said, the races gets on the way. Saturday morning she will definitely be in action if she's running the 100-meter dash in Grenada.
So the past students of the MONTSERRAT Secondary School, in your time, they assemble at this starting line, Graves, and Lester Ryan of Greenhouse. He still holds that record of, he's at 10.8 seconds, something like that, from Greenhouse in 2013. So Lester has got that record for 11 years now. 11 years, Lester Ryan. I see him walking around in beast mode on his chest. And he has that record from since 2013. Lester Ryan of Greenhouse. So that was one of our champion athletes from the MONTSERRAT Secondary School. I think he went away and represented MONTSERRAT in many games.
Carried the games. He would have gone to World Games. He would have gone to Commonwealth Games. He would have gone to, I think, and so forth. So he would have done well for himself. I think he would have also been to
his 2 daughters now.
Actually, athletes.
Total.
Yes, exactly.
So we have let's go.
Greenhouse would have produced some of the better athletes that would have represented much in the past. Myself, Lester Ryan.
Right.
You have Candice Mead from Greenhouse, who's now taking it up. I'm not sure what horse Sanji is in, but
Sanji, I think, was blue.
That's blue.
Yes, Sanji was blue. Always blue.
Sanji, wherever you are, big up yourself. Wherever you are, big up yourself.
So what's the event upcoming?
The father's race and then the mother's race.
Okay, so we're calling on the fathers and the mothers and the teachers and the students.
Yeah. I think that's what it should be. Anyway, no, father's race. Should be really the father's race, followed by the mother's race.
Yes.
And then past students in the
So we're calling for the father's race, which will be followed by the mother's race and then taboo.
And after that, we pass students, followed by the past student males and past student females. And then it goes on to the mixed teachers and students, really.
Okay, so could we have the father's race or the mother's race being put on?
And Sanjay just messaged me saying that he's coming for my first time.
Sanjay just messaged you. So you're not missing anything here. The athletes are gathered at the starting line and they're getting ready for the father's race. If that's possible down there, we haven't seen any white flags waved, so that means we are still organizing.
Yeah, we are still getting, and that is the thing that we need to,
It's good to have the father's race and the mother's race, but every event that I have been at the broadcast point over very many years normally takes very long
to organize.
To get
That's
organized and get.
Because some people are going, some people are not going. They start, they turn back. So it's all about commitment.
It wastes a lot of time. It's good to have them. Those who wish to show what they still can do.
But it does take a lot of time to organize.
They need to have their minds made up pronto, and soon as the race is called, that they are on the line.
I'm not understanding that. I'm not certain if there's going to be a race, because I've seen some of the athletes or some of the persons are walking away from it. I'm not certain.
And really, maybe one of the improvements that we need for these sports is that we could communicate with somebody at the start line.
So we know exactly what's happening down there.
Or is it going to be a relay? I am not, because I've seen people
going to the different staggers.
Yes, so I'm not certain what's going on. And I'm seeing somebody have a button in their hand, so it may be a relay. Because I'm seeing one of the athletes having a button in it.
Definitely, there's that guy in the black shirt and grey trousers. So it seems to be some form of a relay.
It looks so. It appears so, yes. So we are not being informed, but from what we are seeing, though, it looks to be some sort of relay that they are having in place of the father.
In place of the father.
Whatever it is, we need to get going because we have a time span.
Do remember that we have a time
don't have
span.
lights at this ground, so we need to get the races in.
And not even that for ZJB, the broadcasting programs, we need to get to the news is at 6.
Yeah. I'm not too hard and fast. And the ZJB have shown that they have the capacity to actually deal with the news for major events like this. They've shown it in the past. For Parliament, I've seen them doing also. And this is a major sport. This is the MSS, only one that we have. And I expect that ZJB would carry the games live, at least the races that Sanjay and Kenisi are in live on Saturday and Sunday and Monday. So they have some work for them cut out. Good afternoon, Mr. Backline. How are you doing, sir?
Guess what? Guess what? He wants to know if I'm going to be running for Orange House. I knew there was trouble coming.
Point standing, folks. Point standing. Orange House 477. They're out front, large and in charge. Red House 413 in danger of being passed by Green House. That's on 409. And Blue House 342 points. Meets the cellar. I think Orange House is 100 and something points in front
ahead.
of
they're
off, yes.
Here comes the Ras. Always here, every year.
Ras.
Pumping his way down the track to find a two.
And I think that's Kernundi I'm seeing also running in the race also.
Proclaimer.
Yes, and he hands over to Cassidy.
As they up that bend, heading up towards the third stagger. That my athlete on the back pumping hard.
Cassidy is struggling there.
Bit of struggle. Change over his good and he comes down the track now for the final bend to go around to hand over to the final post And I say that man in that white shirt and black pants and red boots is really kicking dust right here.
Looks to me like Joe Lane. Looks like Lane to me.
Leg of this race and this runner in front can tell you who is.
But Shaquille Sapp is going to take him over. Go on, Shaquille.
Very competitive in the end. And that's the way you run.
That's right, Shaquille.
He gave it absolutely everything, but he needed about another 10 meters of runway to pull
But
that
look at
race.
the excitement of the Ras. Look, as he passes behind us, totally elated. A good race. Oh, that's
a good race, yes.
That's calling the Yearwood, son. That's Yearwood. Kristen Yearwood, I dare say. Yes, Kristen. That was nice. Greatness on his arm. And that's Jeff Lane's son, Mario Lane.
Yes.
So it was Mario that was bending that corner down there.
Yes, the Lane, they did say that. Yeah.
Very good, very well run, Mario.
You know, I have been here for 2 years looking at these sports in testing, and I've seen 2 good bend runners on the third one. Mario Lane is one of them, and the other one is Sydney Benz. That's the one of a curve that run across there.
That's right.
Yes.
They're good at the corners.
Yes, they're very good.
But do you remember Mario has represented Montserrat recently in a track and field overseas, I think. Was it Carifta, one of those?
Lane. Yeah, I think Lane went to Jamaica last year. He was a Carifta last year.
That's right.
Yes.
So he's one of our budding athletes here. And Kenny B's son tried his best. But Proclaimer, one of our stalwart Calypsonians, he did the first leg. And I dare say Proclaimer was a good athlete at school also.
Yes.
Because I think he represented Greenhouse.
Yes, he
back
did.
in the day.
One of the things that bothers me though is that we carried a team of about 6 athletes last year to Carifta, and this year we carried a team of 2 athletes.
And that's bad.
Yes, it's bad. It shows retrogression on our part.
And we don't keep on practicing everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We need to be carrying teams of about 10, 12 up as far as Carifta is concerned. Yes, we do have choice.
So we say good afternoon to everyone who's joining us now. We are winding down here at Little Bay Sports Complex. And I think we are going for the females. The females are always organized much better, the mothers than the fathers are, Roy. So I think we should be coming up to the fathers and mothers race now. But we see at the line more mothers than fathers at the line. I don't know if they're going to do a mixed race or whatever, but they are all gathered down there at the starting line. And I'm going to put my money on Weeks.
Well, I can't make out who is who from here, Tabu. But it's good to see.
I'm going to put my money on Sanjay's, is it mom or sister?
Yeah, his half-sister, yes.
That's where my money is going to go.
Well, we will see where the money is going and who wins the race. But yes, the females are getting ready to run. I think they were in 100 meter dash though, as opposed to the really being run by the men a while ago.
Right, I think they were doing 100 meters.
Yes, but it's good to see that the men actually got themselves organized in a relay. So you actually had like 8 athletes running just a while ago, because there were 2 teams.
But definitely the mothers always organize themselves here.
Yes,
every year. They turn out in numbers and represent every year. And as we see today, the line is filled great. It's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 athletes down there. So what that speaks volume of the participation of the women.
2 of them done in green blouses, one
in red.
One looks like a purplish sort of color.
And they say we have a cross culture also down there, if my vision is right.
Yep.
Which says, which speaks.
It's all good, Tabu.
That's right. So they're getting ready.
So we're ready for the females race, mothers race. About to be run off here at Little Bay Park. All a part of the fun, the excitement. They are on their marks. White flag here indicate everything is ready at this end, at the far end. They're off and running.
And they're actually not running 100 meters, they're actually running less than 100 meters.
2 runners that the race
some of them
through, not realizing that the whistle was blown a second time. This athlete looks very good as she comes through the line.
So, but they didn't use a false start.
That's the problem you have when you have a whistle. Yeah, if you have a gun, you'll be two. You'll heard it too. Yes, yes.
I think that one was a false start and they still kept on running because they didn't hear that the stop.
The whistle.
Exactly.
When the crowd begins to show.
So what do we do now in a situation like this? Do we give them a medal?
Let the others run.
But what about those who run and come first just now?
Well, who come first in this one and who come first in that one, they run off.
Here the other four comes. And it's green. Pushing his orange. I think this is where I was going to put my money here. On this Tunica we followed by red, green, followed by red, and another green that's Maxine, one of our Calypsonians here, followed by, I think that one is Blue House at the back. I think so. All people in the race. I jumped the joy. I 3 cheers. That was interesting. And it's fun, really part of the fun here, Grace. So, and it's good to see the beast mode. 2 of them seem to be like they have taken medals here, Grace. Maxine and Sunita. So that completes the mother's race. So we are asking the
mixed juniors, senior, mixed juniors and seniors relay.
Relay.
Mixed juniors and seniors relay.
Is it still going to be a relay because we haven't seen anyone at the different stable?
I think they're already. I've seen teams down at the starting point, but I've not seen them being assigned to their staggers as yet. And the winner of that race, though, is Sonika Weeks in first place, Tanisha Grant in second place, Maxine, the police officer, Lee in third place.
Sunita always wins.
Sunita always wins.
She always wins the race. That's why I told her that's where my money was going because I knew she was going to win.
So we're looking at the mixed juniors and seniors relay. The athletes are gathered at the starting line, and this is the top 2 juniors, I think, and the top 2 seniors for each houses.
That's right.
And male and female, so the top 2 female, well, mixed juniors and seniors.
And while we're waiting, we're calling Abia Senator and SMS for the past students, males past students, also female past students of the MONTSERRAT Secondary School. If we can gather at the starting line so we can push on with the events before night draws in on us. That's the males, past student, male, past student, female. If we can pick it up and move along so we can get out of here in a right manner and time. So calling all past students, males and females that wants to represent here at the MONTSERRAT Secondary School this afternoon. You're asked to gather at the starting line so we can keep the ball rolling. In fact, Grace. So,
and I'm looking to see which teams have 2 teams, which teams have 1 team. Looks like Orange House may have 2 teams. The Green House may have 2 teams also.
So, Mr. Quealy, you went away rejoicing over Tabo and your greenhouse over Orange House last year when you stole a march in the final event and won the championship. And I must ask you, therefore, to be the first to congratulate the Orange House for the masterclass of performance that they have put on here today.
I did say very early when I arrived here that the distance that Orange House was in front, that we should give them their flowers already. They should actually should get their flowers from a long time ago.
Well, I'm asking you to give them.
But congratulations to Orange House for winning this sports day. They cannot be overtaken 2024, so they will go down in the records as winning this 2024 MSS Sports Day.
And no matter how you put it, 2 times 2 equals 4.
Mr. Quealy, as the Bajans would say, is this a flash in the pan, a one-off?
It may.
Let's go.
It may, because I know that next year Green House will definitely be back. I can tell you that.
Back for what?
No flags.
Back to win.
All I have to say is that 2 times 2 equals 4. 2 plus 4 equals 6 minus 2 equals 4. And you have 4 and 4 equal 8 minus 4 equals 4. So no matter return it, Orange House largely in charge for 2024.
Well, all I will say in this respect that you can only get Peter Quealy support Orange House when Peter Quealy is in a race. And if the Peter Queely is not going to run all the races, then you would not buy support.
As a man in finance and those numbers, you know that there's no getting away from that 4. 2024 is Orange.
There's no getting away. It's Orange House and no getting away from it. But all I'm saying, when 2025 comes, it will be a different story completely.
But clearly, these things go in cycles.
Yes.
Because I remember when...
Spirits there, and there's some class, and there's some, getting back. and it gives you some idea that the students were actually, they felt bad what happened last year, and they came back out. But I mean, Greenhouse in my heyday won 1990, 91, 92 on a row on the back of Peter Queely. So you understand that we were pounding our house back in these days. It happens. Things happen in cycles. Last year, Greenhouse came from behind, and I was here, and they overtook in the last race, and we won. This year, he came back with a vengeance. It happens.
As the athletes are going through their various struggles, let me remind you also that upon leaving the MONTSERRAT Secondary School, I was Victor Ladorium also. Champion boy from Orange House. 4 gold medals, 8 medals, 4 cups. And I did not end up in any.
But we give them their flowers here. We are not so losers, Greenhouse. We are not at all. We accept our defeat gracefully, but we'll be back.
But Mr. Queely and Tabo, I must say that there's hardly a time that I've been here, and since way back when, it's the largest margin of victory
ever. By 100 odd points.
Well, I was absent for a few years, so I can't really determine that.
Well, as we get ready, we are getting ready. Flags are red flags.
Red flags are up, yes. White flags, red flags are up on the second banner, Mr. Wade. Weeks. White flags up on the third handover over there. White flags, no flags are up on the starter.
This is the grand finale.
For the rate, for the points,
Orange
yes.
House has been throughout the day large and completely in charge.
Yes, 477 points suggest a dominance by Orange House.
And they could only add to it.
I'm going to make a t-shirt say 477.
It will change because they have 2 teams in the mix, which means that they should
Here we
do
go.
some damage.
Off there. And our bragging rights are coming as I go to the first bend to the first changeover. It's a green, I think, followed by an orange, followed by red. And they're about to change over. And here they go now for the second change of Graves, and it seems to be Manga right up front in that red blouse, bending on the corner, the upper corner.
Expect some comeback here from Green. Expect Green to give up the races.
Speed is taking over.
Yes.
And beautiful piece of running here. And as the changeover, it seems to be Green who has got the advantage. Graves from the inside position that I'm looking at. And Green is steering out the inside of the Graves. As they're going on to the final handover, Graves, I think that's where you're going to chip in and give your comments, Graves. And they're about to hand over now.
And Ren trying to knock them dead, but the green machine is in a good position. Here they come.
Same ball. Cranston, good bend in there.
Very excellent athleticism there, Queely.
I think that in looking at the race, I think that Daly would have possibly overtaken there for the second, but Green always was clear in front. There was yes, on the first bend. For the time that Candice and me got that stick in her hand, and she would have gotten it probably in about 10 positions. She did hand over in close position. Yes, she did hand over in the first place, and she actually did surpass Maha on that second bend. Yes,
on the second bend. Yes. I think that's where the race went to Greenhouse there.
The question I'm asking, which house won it, because they were wearing all sorts of...
Greenhouse won the race. Greenhouse won the race. Yes.
So
I'm looking to see if Daly actually took the guy on the. No, he didn't. So no, I'm waiting to see. This is the Greenhouse team that they're putting up. They did win the race.
The Greenhouse definitely
they won the race. Yes, they were way in front.
So
but there is a question of the second place.
Mr. Queely's green, lean, athletic machine tried for all their worth to overtake Orange House, but Orange House is a long, long way. It's like from Long Brown to Lookout ahead of the green team. Queely,
so
you have to come again.
What I can say though,
we're getting ready for the.
Let me hear what you have to say, Tabo.
What I can say though is that the objective that Greenhouse came to deal with, at least when I came in the park, was achieved.
And what is that?
To surpass Red.
The score for secondary.
Update at the scores. Update at the scores. No, the scores have been updated again. So Greenhouse. Oh, we are waiting for the results to come in before we put it in. So I am not going to. I'm going to hold on this course for now until when they update. We enter in the final here. So scores at this point: Orange House 477 points, Greenhouse and Red House are tied on 419 points, Blue House 345 points. So there's a tie now between Greenhouse and Red House 419 points. Orange House, 477 points. Blue House, 345 points. So Green House has, in fact, caught Red House. And I did say that would happen.
I thought that would have happened also.
Well, you are arguing over second place. First place, what's the margin of victory?
Let me calculate the margin of victory for Mr. Roy Graves and Mr. Kelvin Tabujubi in particular. The margin of victory is 58 points. 58 points in the reality of scheme of things isn't too much points to make up though. But given the situation that transpired and the athletes that Green House had to work with this year, it would have been a tall order.
So Orange has won by
58 points.
And Green House,
at this point,
Bailey's House, would need a whole year to make
catch
up
them.
58 points.
No, we would need a whole year to come back to beat Orange House next year.
But that was a good that was good today. It was a good fun day. So I think we take the score further as the final points.
Final points.
Would have come in for that race just now.
You hung your head last year. You have it
in dismay. Don't leave out that word. In dismay.
You have it high as the sky right now. What would you like to say to the Orange House athletes?
More orange juice.
Drink more orange juice.
That's all I have to say. More orange juice for next year.
And I think my final words is because I think that we're at the end of the points, the races for points.
I tell you something, this morning I got up and I went to Karishma and bought an orange shirt and printed because I wanted to be in an orange shirt today. I'm not disappointed.
Yeah, I think my final words, though, would be to would be to congratulate all the athletes and the teachers and the sports
it seems that they're getting ready for a race here. Really,
what is this race?
And certainly the spectators.
I don't think this race is being mentioned here because we had
a relay.
Should have been mixed teachers and
students. Yes, but I'm not certain if that is the race. Because there's supposed to be a past students race before that. The past students,
females and male.
Yes.
But I don't think we have seen any past student males here. Something again. Don't worry. It always happens, and when it happens, everyone migrates. That's the problem. Anyway, you're not missing any action here at Little Bay, except for one little action somewhere.
But yes, congratulations to the Orange House team for winning this Sports Day event, and they did come back from their defeat last year, and they came back as champions, and it shows you the character of Orange House, that they are in fact folks who do not lie down and pretend they actually rise up and
never said I like how they came back, Queely, Tabo, because with something like 8-10 events to go, they were celebrating last year. They were that far ahead.
I personally was celebrating miles ahead last year until Mr. Queely came into the tent.
The problem with Orange House last year.
But I wrote something on the paper which I cannot say over public saxophone. Yeah. And I want Mr. Queely to read.
Wait, tell me. He said, you up your back, can't save you. Greenhouse.
I wrote that I note and give Mr. Queely. I told Mr. Queely, your man can't save him.
I remember that the day after sports day, I met Kevin Tabujubi at the airport, and he telling me he looked at the flight, he can't take it. He can't take it.
I want to get away.
Get it out. He can't take it.
White flags are up. White flags are getting ready. So a mixed race is coming up here, and ladies and gentlemen, off they go.
They're off they go. Yes.
I think it's either mixed past girls or mixed students and girls, and they're bumping their way down the track. And it's a yellow and green blouse with a white skirt. What they seem to be my parents, I think, Mr. Queely. Off the chain, go to second bend, properly taken, and as a speed away around that second bend. And I dare say a lady in a black stuck in there is bumping away, but coming in second. But ahead is someone in which camp we cannot say which house they're from, Graves. They're in a black shorts. Pass over successful. And here comes someone speeding around the track now with a whole heap of hair on her head. A whole heap of braids and plaits, and that's all I see pumping away into the final change.
All three of them actually have a
whole heap of hair on their head, and this is the final changeover.
Yes.
Chipping away up block.
And here they come, running hard, running fast, arms pumping, legs flying over
here
the flying. And the person with the longest hair wins the race.
And that's Celine. That's Celine. One of my bosses, that's Celine. So that was fun. Celine and Miss Turner. Now I see all them, I know their faces.
Yes.
Yes. And that's Tajira, Celine Sinclair, followed by Janet Turner, I think. Police officer, so the officers best really represented here today, this man. Is that 3 officers, 2 police officers here representing the past girls. Beautifully done. So we do know Janet is a long distance runner from the past.
No, he's not Janet. I can't remember what this other one name.
But I know it's Turner.
Turner, yes. This is the one that's winning for the Queen show, yes. Yes. What's Turner? What's your first name? Anika Turner, yes. Anika
That's
Turner.
right.
So point standing again, my friends. Point standing. Orange House. Large in charge. They have won this 2024 MSS Sports Day. Here in Montserrat, they go down in the record as winning this one. 477 points. Again, congratulations to Orange House, the students, the teachers, the sports persons, the handlers of Orange House, those of you who come out to support Orange House. Congratulations to you. You would have won this sports day.
Mr. Jean-Baptiste.
Mr. Jean-Baptiste and the others who would have handled Orange House. Congratulations to you. 467 points represents a margin of some over 50 points.
Pat Harris.
So, yes, Pat.
And my English teacher, Mr. James.
Okay. So I have been told of Orange House persons that Greenhouse did make a comeback though, which is good for them. They would have ended up tied with Red House, tied in the final event. 419 points Greenhouse, 419 points Red House, represented Mr. Jubri and Mr. Graves. A comeback. But they save face, at least.
So they're tied with
Orange, with the Red House.
With Red House.
Some saving a face there.
That's very good indeed.
That's very good.
Again, I must focus on Orange. Winning by 58 points. They came out to trample and they did trample them all.
And Blue House, the seller, 345 points. Blue House is off the margin by over 130 something points when it compare Blue House.
Very disappointing.
Very disappointing performance by Blue House.
We're going to have the past males athletes. They're going to compete. I'm not too sure. But it seems to be some sort of a short race going to happen here, Graves. Something like an exhibition race.
It's more like a 50 meters. It looks like
50 meters exhibition race here.
I think the girls are just kind of like I say Francis. Is Francis? Francis.
You think it's easy to run up? Keep your balance. I just think you're
Francis and Vicky. Vicky Star Blocker, yes.
That's Vicky. That's part of the action.
Yes, so...
I remember Francis was Miss Montserrat some time ago, so we have a national representative there. Miss Francis is one of our national queens.
Yes.
Our national queens here in Montserrat. So, are we going to have the males, former male student, I'm not too sure.
I doubt it. I'm not seeing anybody else at the line, so I'm not going to hold my breath on that. But let me just say again, folks, that our character team leaves tomorrow morning. They head off to Antigua, and then from Antigua into Barbados, and from Barbados into Grenada. So they should get there sometime tomorrow afternoon. They take a day rest on Good Friday, and at least I know Sandra Mix will be in action on Saturday morning early. At about 10 o'clock, somewhere around there. You should see Sandra Mix in action very early in the heats for the 100 meters. Remember, his best time for this year so far was a 10.80, which he ran in the development league in Antigua early this year. He did go to the World Junior or the World Indoor Games in Glasgow, UK this year. He did run a fairly good time there also. But we are going to see him for the first time in action in his age group against the other Caribbean folks, the Jamaicans,
and the Jamaicans did 10.8
Bahamas and so forth.
10.8 Jamaicans.
Yes.
So we are looking forward to something.
Yeah, remember the guy that won champs was 10.3. Sanjay has indicated that he intends to run somewhere around 10.5 to get himself into the finals.
Into the finals.
Yeah, and we want to see him get there. And we want to see once he gets to the finals, then anything goes. So can this meet also goes down also? I am not sure what her races are. I think it should. She should be running the 1 and the 200, but the coach will let me know what the races are. But we should be able to see her also running. ZDB Radio should, I think, be joining at least the commentary for those races where demonstrations are involved, and we should be able to see it on TV and at least on our phones.
But one thing I know, one station would probably bring it is Jamaica TV.
TVJ will be definitely available. And you probably would see it on ABS also because they have a big team going there.
That's right. The contingent's going there.
Yes, so get ready, folks. It will be an action-packed weekend. The Easter Monday race still on. I am not heard anything, but
what's happening down here now? We seem to be having some sort of arrangement of the boys. The path males, because I see a few gathered at the starting point there. So hopefully we can see a showdown with some of our past male athletes here at 2024 MSS Sports Meet. We all anticipating to see what can transpire with it, because it's bragging rights. This is a total bragging rights. They do run great.
They do run. So again, congratulations to Orange House and all the other houses that would have participated in this sports. Orange House would have won the race. Before I leave, I must extend a special congratulations to Petite Queely, my daughter, past Christine Pitney first. I did see her, she run, and she did won a race that I saw, and she did won a relay by fair margin. So it's a chip off the old block. Expect her to go places, Mr. Graves. Question as to whether she will represent Montserrat or Antigua would be the one that has to be answered in the future.
Right, so something is still happening down there in the distance.
That's the question.
They get ready for some kind of a race to be organized down there. In the meantime, I think the medals are being organized up front up here by Mrs. Hyacinth Brample and Nicole Jubri. And the athletes will be coming shortly after to collect their prizes and their medals for the hard work that they have put in throughout the last 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks. And some lovely cups here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cups on display here.
The beautiful thing about athletics and these competitions is that the individuals have made history for themselves that they could talk about with their children. With their friends, with their colleagues. I remember when I did so-and-so in 2024, they have actually made records for themselves.
Yes.
And because it's something good, you can be proud of yourself and have lots to talk about in the future about what you have done athletically. For your house, for your
sports is always something that you look back in posterity and you always say to yourself, this is what I did, this is what we did on the day, my team did, and this is how I performed, and you could go back and pull back the videos and so forth, and to show your kids, to show your grandkids, and so forth. I think the only unfortunate thing, Graves, and you said it earlier, you have said it many times this afternoon, is the fact of the absence of the gun, which would have affected them having records and so forth, breaking records. That is unfortunate. We need to do better than that. Who would? Yes, and who probably would have been at the point that they could have broken records. Yeah. Folks, I think this is the end of my stint. Greenhouse did not win, but I'm not a sole loser. Congratulations to Orange House, and we shall see you next year. And to all those who came out to the sports day, it was a very good day in my estimation, and we showed here that sports is still alive in Montserrat and that our people are still supporting. And to those folks going to Carifta, my best wishes. I will be looking at you.
And Mr. Queenie, say it again. Say congratulations to Orange.
I will not repeat it.
I see that Mr. Queenie is kind of afraid to give, but I know he's a man of honor.
It's not to just win, beat by plenty.
I know he's a man of honor, so we do accept the fact that.
But it's all good.
Yeah. I am a grateful loser.
As he puts on his dark shades to wipe away the tears. to hide the tears.
There is no shame in defeat, you know. You have to accept it gracefully.
So are we going to have male athletes? Are we going to have anything happening at the starting line there? I think they're organizing something down there, Graves. I don't know if it's the former males, but I see ladies, so it could be a mixture of personals. So it seems to be going to be a mixed competition of some sort. Because I see Coach Valerie organizing some females for one of the stabbers over there. As we wind down here, Orange House large and in charge. The school teachers race. So we're going to have a teachers race, I think, a teachers exhibition race here.
No, it's for points.
For points?
So good afternoon to everyone. I'm asking everyone in their house to make their way close to the finishing line straight away. I'm asking all of the houses, all of the students and teachers, make your way close to the finishing line as soon as possible. And for those students in the corner, I see Orange House. I don't want to disqualify anyone today, so I'm asking each and every student from behind the building to come towards the finishing line. Let's do our awards straight away. Make your way right by those goal posts. Yes, so. All right, I'll make you go. So we're just asking all the students and teachers to make your way early to the finishing line. So as you see that we have the teachers and students race, and I'm saying this is for points, so I want you, those children at the end, could you please remove yourselves from the end of the track immediately? Where's your parents? Go close. Move from there, please. I'm asking everyone. Red House, I see Red House. I await orange, green, and blue. So make your way to the finishing line. Can I get a white flag there, Coach Kello, so they know that we are ready? No? All right. If the houses are not here in 2 minutes, I'll disqualify each house. And who is here, we go with the winners. I mean that seriously. So let's go. All right. So I'm giving each house 2 minutes to get to the finishing line. If you're not here, I'm start deducting points and it's minus 50 going down. Yes? All right, so please, if you're walking across the field, take your time. Just wait. We're doing that race there still. Candicia, Nerissa, you all stay. You all stay. Yes? So please don't walk across the field. You should be inside, on the inside. I see some students at the top. Just please, let's go. I know you're excited. You can't tape it from top of the building. I see a red shirt on the top of the building. All right.
Could the driver of M1019 please report to your car and remove immediately before you're being towed away?
Yes.
Because we're in England, so we'll chop and tow your car away. M1019, please report to your car and finally move your car as it is blocking the entrance. M1019.
So yes. So now students, I would just like you to just take a sit on the grass for me there, please. Red house, orange house, green house, blue house, could you just take a sit? We can't see the third lane. So red house, blue house, orange house, and green house, just take a sit. Johnny and crew. Thank you very much. Red house, you're still standing. Sean and your crew, you're still standing.
Red house, you need to sit.
Thank you very much. I see a white flag. I see 2 white flags.
Right, are you ready? Because the time is rolling and
when you're ready, Coach Cardella, we have a white flag here as well. I can't see at the end. Yes, see white flag, so when you're ready.
And here we go. Candice Amid. Trailing on to Nerissa. Up the change of the first bend. Good pass over teachers and up the track they go. Around the corner, around the bend. That's Tracy Mead pumping away. Miss Mead, local social studies teacher, followed by established Rashida.
Yes.
Good race, good changeover.
To Mr. Allen.
I think a button has been fouled there, and someone dropped the button.
Yes.
Yes, it's for point. And here comes a greenhouse belting around the corner, followed by this.
It's Mr. Ross and Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen is in front, young Allen.
Tony Allen.
And we have Destin Allen. Is Allen to Allen.
Here he comes, bending this greenhouse chap by miles away. No one can get close, and I see the other athlete has retired. the second athlete didn't even bother to try and compete.
And I know he secured 6 points for his house. Yes. Yes.
But he still has secured 6 points for his house, irrespective to what has transpired. So that, I think that's the end of the MSS Sports Meet and final tallying of points to be had by our scorers. But I do say and do know and do think, and I am aware that Orange House must be the champion here this afternoon.
Mr. Jubri?
So
you are saying this year?
I know for a fact
this year
2024
is you.
Is Orange House.
Is you.
My house.
You're sure?
Definitely.
Let's look at it and see if it's you.
I can even pivot my chair and put our leg over, like I'm in England in the pub.
All right.
And instead should be awaiting the final total here for sports break. I think there could be a tonight.
And now we
final standing points.
Before we get to that little the nitty-gritty of it all, I would like to ask the junior boys for the 100-meter to come forward and collect their medals. Can I get the names of those? So
we're scooping. Mr. Francis left already?
Yes. So the class 5 boys in third place, you have the girls, the girls class 5 boys. Oh, I didn't see that. The class 5 boys, you have Chrismel Jonah Charles, make your way. Amarian Monroe, Jason Allen, make your way. All right, so that's the class 5 boys, make your way for your medals. The class 5 girls, Deshante Henry Bramble, Giselle Giddens, and Alexa Moraine. Sorry.
We take our final slot, Graves, and allow the people who are presenting medals to take over. So with that, Mr. Graves, I'd like to say was
Sorry. The junior relays. The relays.
So here's where I make my leave, Mr. Coach.
No, you need to stay. You need to give away those things because you're yes. So for the relays, all right, for the teams, for the junior boys, you have Diego Benjamin, Tajiri Ryan, Jason Smith, and Kijani Galloway. So that's for Orange, and for Greenhouse, you have Jason Allen, Mario Greenaway, Ethan Richards, and Theon Weeks. And this is the relay. And for the first place, you have Red House, you have Amarian Monroe, Rashad Tucker, Torrell Estradio, and Ralston Estriado. Sorry, yes. And Ralston Daly. I think we need a female voice up in this as well. Yes? Mr. Jubri. Yes, Mr. Jubri. All right, for the junior girls, can I have a...
Final score, Orange House 477. Green 429. Yeah, red 419.
Yes.
Red 419, followed by blue 221.
And for Greenhouse, for the class, for the junior girls, sorry. Nima Truitt, Kamash Jubri, Kiana Rodney, and John Sayseed. For Orange House, you have Cynthia Farrell, Natasha Blackstock. For the team of Patricia Queeley, the Kaylin KB, Cynthia Farrell. The junior, and you have Cynthia Farrell, Kaylin KB, Natasha Blackstock, and Anis Fergus. And that's from Orange House. And your first place, Deshante Bramble Henry, Aisha Wilkins, Patricia Queeley, and Alexia Marine. Where's the green now? Green? Yes? Yes. Senior boys, Greenhouse, team of Destin Allen, Emerson, Omarian, and Gemsley Laurent. Please make your way. Second, Red House, Sean Greenaway, Albert, Nasai, Antonio, make your way. Team with Jaden, D'Angelo, Aiden, and Jaquan, Lindsay, Blue House, please make your way. Second, okay. So you have green in third place for the senior boys, red in second, and blue in first.
Teddy, you give me my closing shot?
Senior boys. Senior girls, you have Orange House, the team of Kamaisha, Elise, Arisildes, Kenaya, and Crystal. Make your way, please. And for second place, you have Crystal, Demi, Zanali, and Maha. Please make your way, Red House. And Candicia, Deandra Piper, Ramona, and Shanisa. Please make your way, please, for first, Greenhouse. So good, you have the Orange House girls, Red House girls, seniors, and
Am I?
Greenhouse girls. Make your way close to the podium. Mixed Juniors in third place. Kaylin, Anis, Jason, Diego. Please make your way. And Theon Weeks, John Sessi, Kanaya, Rodney, Mario Greenaway. And Orange House for first place, you have Cynthia Farrell, Alexa, Johnny Galloway, and Tijari Ryan. And for the mixed senior boys, you have Orange House. Mixed senior, sorry. Kanaya Henry, Stanford, Jarrett, Kerjan Israel, Elise Gerald, Orange House. Second place, you have Sean Greenaway, Crystal Agaro, Maha Graham, and Antonia Garden. And in first place, you have Greenhouse with the team of Candicia Mead, Kejonet Jeffers, Gemsley Laurent, and Destin Allen. Please make your way. Mother's race. So the mixed juniors and seniors. We have third place, Blue House. The team of Aiden, Deverla, Oren, and Narissa. And Red House, Antonio, Maha, Giselle, and Ralston. And the winners first place, Greenhouse, Destin, Kiana, Candicia, and Theon.
Say what?
Yes. And for the mixed, I've called this already. Yeah, it was before. It was before. Yes. Wow. Yes. Your email. Yes? Wow. All right. And past students female, Celine Sinclair and team, first place. Philip, second place. And Annika Turner's team in third place. You make your way quickly. Wow. Quickly, team of St. Clair, Philip, and Turner, first, second, and third. St. Clair first, Philip second, Turner third. There's a past students female races. Yes. And let's start giving away some awards. Where we else? Mixed teachers relay, green first, greenhouse, and second we have blue house. Class 5. The teachers' race, I mentioned that the greenhouse, blue house in second, and greenhouse in first. And we have champion girl for class 5. Champion girl for class 5. Champion girl for class 5. We have Giselle Giddings. So champion girls with 39 points. You have Giselle Giddings. Champion boy, and she's from Red House. Champion boy, class 5 in greenhouse. You have Jason Allen with 15 points. So make your way, come closer, come closer. And for class 4, champion girl from Orange House, you have Cynthia Farrell with 28 points. And Theon Weeks from Greenhouse with 15 points. So you have Miss Giddens and Mr. Allen. Giddens from red, Mr. Allen from green. For class 3, from Blue House, Azalea Morton. She's from Blue House and she has 14 points. And for class 3, boys, you have Mario Greenaway with 18 points. So please make your way. So please make your way for class 3. Azalea Morton and Azalea. Yes, I want to say that because I want to see her and her mother's reaction. The stick keep out. And Mario Greenaway. For class 2, you have Kejanet Jeffers from Greenhouse with 20 points. And from Blue House, you have Aiden Corbett with 26 points. Please make your way. And for class 1, girls, from Blue House, from Blue House, you have Miss Narissa Bramble with 24 points. And for the champion boy class 1, you have Stanford Jarrett with 13 points. This year we're given an award from the Meridian group. So it's the Meridian Award for effort. So for Meridian, there's a Meridian Award for effort. And for the special PSU students, yes, you have a Mr. Kijani Galloway. So Mr. Kijani Galloway from Orange House and Miss Mavisha Truitt, so from Blue House. So Kijani Galloway, and it's a special award given from the Meridian Group, and the Right Honorable Mr. Jubri will give this award. Yes. So yes. Yes. So you have Mr. Kijani Galloway and Miss Mavisha Truitt. And the 2024 GEM Award, given the Rising Star Award. And we have a GEM representative here, and this award goes to someone from Red House, and Mr. Ralston Daly Jr. And the 2024 GEM Award goes to and there's a special award for the Jason Patterson Team Spirit Award 2024. Yes. And the Team Spirit Award goes to Green House. This is the first award given, the Jason Patterson Award goes to Green House.
The Victress Ladorum goes to Giselle Gittins of Red House with a total of 39 points. And the Victor Ladorum to Aiden Corbett of Blue House with 26 points. Victress and Victor. Congratulations. Okay. What's the next thing to call out? Yeah. Match pass. First place went to Blue House. Blue House, match pass, first place. Match pass persons for Blue House, come forward, please. Who get it?
House song won by
Greenhouse. Winner of house song. Greenhouse, come forward, please. Winner of house song, Greenhouse, come forward, please. Greenhouse, house song winners. Cake. No, cake. Greenhouse. House song. Yeah. And what's Greenhouse, house song. Winners. House rally winners, Greenhouse. House rally winners, Greenhouse.
And thank you very much. In light of the actions today, we like to say thank you for all of the houses. So now we go with the winners of the day.
Save some for me, save some for me.
And we have, is it Blue House in 4th place with 351 points. Red House in 3rd place with 419 points. Orange House in 2nd place with 427 points. And Green House in 1st place with 429 points. So
Atisha, come quick. Atisha.
Announced that Orange House won by 477. So if something is wrong, you need to tell people. Are you finishing it? This was already over. So